Ah. Yeah, I'm back. My computer decided that it wanted to restart for some reason. I think there was an update or something, and so yeah, it was just like, I'm just gonna restart now without any warning. So that's fun. Oh, no, he got a phone call from his mom. He'll be right back. Moving on. Ah. Yeah, I mean, I've heard okay things about it. I mean, this one's weird, right? Because it's like it's actually not a versus beta. It's like actually versus bots or something. That's all I remember reading about it. It's a little funky. Spider ball, spider ball. Do, 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 do.
Oh man, right as you're about to start the stream, my mom called. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, it's all good, man. Not a big deal.
So, I was like, hey, can I borrow a pair of crutches? I don't want to buy new ones.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'm basically just gonna have to. It's nice having, like, you know, a family member who's a medical professional. However, also sometimes it's like, you know, perhaps a little it has its drawbacks.
Yeah. What was she
my
just,
dad's
like,
like
asking a bunch of questions, or?
Yeah, she was just like, oh, when did it happen? And, like, you know, what were the symptoms? And, like, when did it first? And were there any previous events? When was the last time you all drank? Blah, blah, blah. And, like, was this the same ankle that got hurt by the motorcycle accident? You know, I told you about that motorcycle. And then, like, you know, obviously she wanted to talk about Reagan stuff, so.
Oh, yeah.
Got a little distracted there. But yeah, so A, she doesn't have crutches for me to borrow. B, I'm just gonna buy the cheapest pair I can. Because Red refuses to go on walks now because I'm not walking with him.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I could take Red on walks by myself, like, but Michelle, when she tries to walk him now, he'll, like, stop. If I'm not with them, he'll, like, look over his shoulder every few feet and be like, ooh, ooh.
Oh,
He's like nervous without me, and it's like, oh my gosh, dude, I'm injured.
Right.
So he is refused to night walks. He refused to walk this morning and refused to walk tonight, and didn't go to the restroom last night because he heard a gunshot. So he ran back home.
Oh, God.
I gotta move out of this neighborhood, man.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Especially with Red getting old, he's too scared of pops of any variety,
Yeah.
firework or otherwise. But it's so wild because, like, the one time there was, like, a proper, like in the park drive-by shooting we were, like, right next to. He didn't react. He was, like, fine with it. He didn't even care. And now he's an old man, and he's picked up on my, like, apprehension of gunfire noises.
God.
I've been seeing people talking about the Halo Infinite beta, and apparently it's not been working.
Well, I'm wondering, from what I heard, one thing that I heard was that it's not truly a beta because it's not multiplayer. It's all like it's versus bots, I think.
Oh.
Or something like that. I don't know. That's what I heard. Maybe I misunderstood, but it sounds like there's not actually any actual, like, PvP right now.
Stuff to do,
it's just
yeah.
like tech stuff. Basically, it's not even really a beta. They didn't even call it a beta. It's just been misinterpreted that way. It's a tech demo. Yeah, it's a tech demo.
Oh.
So I think that's one thing that I've heard is, like, yeah, there's a lot of people complaining about it not working, and it's like, well, you do realize it's not actually like.
I mean, well, you know, listen. I mean, I wish Halo fans the best. You know, they've had it rough. Not as rough as, like, some fan groups, but let me tell you, the Halo community has gone through a lot. There you go. You're good. You're good.
Oh yeah, I got the spider ball while you were away.
Yeah, I was still watching the stream.
Oh, okay.
I was just on the phone, so I muted myself, so you just didn't hear me like, yes, mom, yes, mom. Yeah, no, I'm doing good. I miss you too.
Yes, mom. Yes, I know. What are we at on the stream? Did more people join back up, or are we?
No, it's just me and.
Okay. See, that's what I was worried about.
Cool, dude.
Can you make another Twitter post, actually, Rob? Just being like, hey, we're back up. Here's another link. Like, you know, just send the link again to our Twitch channel. I mean, you know, I wasn't expecting a lot of people, but more than one would be nice.
I did it for the chat. Oops. Oh my gosh.
Time to fight another Metroid. Okay. Ah! Ah!
Swap this. Oh my gosh.
Oops. Whoop. Whoop. Up. Up. Two.
The problems were technical, but they have been resolved. Join us as Kyle blasts a species of cute jellyfish, or cute vampire jellyfish, into oblivion.
Perfect.
Also, have you been watching Trigger at all? I feel like there's been no hype for Trigger, and I feel bad. about
Trigger?
that.
Oh, yeah. No, I haven't been, but yeah, I haven't noticed as much buzz as there was for.
I feel like Z
yeah,
was
Z
like
got like a lot of buzz.
calling you guys out. You didn't mention Ultraman Z winning the Cine Award for Best Media. Oh wow, the timing of me reading that.
It's not really
What's,
news. I mean, it's nice. It's great, but like, I don't know. I wouldn't call
What's the
that
Cinium
news.
Award? Is that like the is that like Olympics? Is that the Olympics for movies?
For TV shows?
Is that what that is? You have to understand, I'm hardly at all cultured, or even civilized, or even, if I'm being quite frank.
I mean, as I said, it's good that it won it. Like, that's cool. I'm glad, you know.
I think it deserves it, and I hope that it has an impact on the future of Toku because of how amazing the choreography was. You know? Like, I would love to see more
Yeah.
Tokusatsu shows getting weird with the, like, low angle. Wow, it beat Demon Slayer? Nice. Way to go. Okay, yeah. Well, the movie Demon Slayer, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, so...
Nope, can't go that way.
The problems were technical, but they have been resolved. Alright. Yep, so up,
Up, up,
up,
up.
yep.
up. Hey, hey.
Blasting!
Ooh. Ah.
One day I'll win an award for something I write. I got really worried because the stream just froze on Discord. I
Oh,
was
yeah.
like, I thought your computer was restarting again.
No. Up. There we go.
There you go. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. I feel bad for these poor beetle boys. I feel bad for these poor beetle boys.
Oh, yeah. Whoop.
You know what's wild? Up until just about an hour ago, for the longest time, I thought that Mother Brain was just like an evolved form of a Super Metroid.
Of a Metroid? Oh,
Of a
okay.
Metroid. Like, genuinely up until this, like, an hour ago when the intro cutscene of this thing played. That's what I thought. And that's why I thought, like, the Metroids were so dangerous, is because they're, like, super smart brain creatures, you know.
Ah, yeah, no.
But no, they're just little tiny
Unrelated.
vampire jellyfish.
Unrelated. Just some vampire jellyfish. But no, that has been kind of a running joke within the fandom, is that, like, how dangerous really are Metroids? Like, yeah, I mean, yes, they're not the greatest species in the world, you know, like, they're definitely like a horrible, like, vampiric, you know, scary monster, but like,
It's awful. I don't want that anywhere near me. Trigger has a problem of having amazing fights with subpar characters and story so far. Also being attached to Taiga, aka one of the most popular Toku shows ever, but made more common modern Ultra. Oh, I see. Yeah, because I remember Taiga's like the super popular one that was like, because the main actor was like connected with like, or is that the one? Is that Taiga? The one where it's like the lead actor was associated with some like J whatever company.
oh really?
And like it's like they own the rights to the actor's face, and was like, yeah, you can't use the, like, we're not gonna let Toei use, or Toei Subarai. We're not gonna let Subarai use any of his face for anything. So sorry, guys. Was that Taiga or was that one of the others?
That is, yeah, I have no idea. Like, I know you're not actually asking me, but yeah, I have no idea.
Sorry, I'm asking chat. I feel like it's one of those. Am I crazy? Taro, is that right? No. Yeah, no, the disappearance of Ultraman Tiga. Yes. Vintage hentai, by the way. Hentai? Ooh, no.
Oh, that's not
vintage,
right.
Vintage Henshin. Vintage Henshin did an amazing video on this. By the way, literally all of his content is grade A stuff. Cannot recommend him highly enough.
Yeah.
What an amazing YouTube producer. Check him out. But he made a whole video on the disappearance of Ultraman Tiga. And specifically, a company called like J something, it's like Jonathan and Jonathan or something weird like that, owns the rights to the actor's face, which is not normal in Japan. Like in Japan, to become an actor, you have to be part of like one of 5 like agencies, and like some of the biggest ones are like super like strict about like cameos and recurrent uses of like you know, like the character. Yeah. So and interviews as well. So the guy's basically like, his whole like career in that moment was like owned by them. And so now that company is not allowing any of the like reruns, which is probably why they're just straight up redoing Tiga, because it was
so they can
like
have a different actor.
Chat.
Tiga,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was also, as mentioned, the like reboot of the franchise, and was like one of the most popular versions of Ultraman. So,
got it.
I mean, you know, without it, there wouldn't be Z. You know, without it, there
Right,
wouldn't be the summer movies, that kind of stuff.
Got it.
Orb or anything. So it kind of makes sense that they would try and just reboot it as Ultraman Trigger.
Trigger, yeah.
And then that way they can keep using the Ultraman Tiga character again in like summer movies and crossovers and stuff, because that Ultraman is super popular, but you know, we can't use like the guy. Yeah. So it's also weird because he like sang like a lot of like the intro and outro songs and stuff, and they couldn't use that. So there's like some of the episodes, like the whole ending is just this really bad like like stock music on some of the releases, because they couldn't get the rights to their own like theme song because
That's
of who
wild.
sang it. It's weird.
That's wild.
Really, really good video. Highly recommend it. Just like if you've got if you want to learn a lot in 20 minutes, not I don't know anywhere else you can learn as much as I learned about Tiga.
All right, moving right along.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna order crutches now so I can walk with Red.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
That's a problem. Poor old man is just like, no, I'm not gonna go for a walk.
Yes. Crawling on the sun.
So my friend, for a handful of circumstances, had to move back in with her folks recently. Reagan's ex, and right now is texting me that she's at a restaurant with her stepdad, and she said, "Oh well, hey, let's eat like a place with an outdoor eating place because the Delta variant stuff." And he was like, "Yeah, we'll go to a place that has outdoor seating." Then walked in and sat immediately at a booth without asking to sit outside. So she was like sitting there awkwardly with her mask on, and then just ordered her food and said, "Can you just bring it to go?" And he's like super upset.
Oh
So,
god.
you know that's fried food. It's not gonna keep well. It's like, well, just chill. Like, A, he didn't even pay for it, and B, like, what's with the like mad '90s dad vibes? Come on,
You
now.
know, yeah.
Just let people vibe. What's with boomers and being unendingly unable to let people vibe? Does Rob live in a trash can like Oscar the Grouch? Okay, now listen. Now hold on. Yes, first off, I prefer the term dumpstoir. Makes it sound a little bit more, French, a little Frenchy. Hold on. And makes it sound a little bit classed up. But yes, I do, and I'm surrounded by all of my favorite collectibles of trash and garbage.
Don't mind the flash
all
into
just-
black. That's just me clicking back on the game.
Oh.
Dugga. Seriously, hate these stabby guys.
They kind of look like bats carrying pizza, and I kind of love them now. Like at first, I hated them because they looked like weird stalagmite bats with teeth stalagmites. Did not love that. Was not a fan. But now, here on the other side of it, imagining them as bats carrying pizza, big fan. Muppets are great. We need more Muppets. Bring back Muppet shows. Bring back live action animations. Not even animations. I don't know what to call that. Live action kid shows with things, I don't know. I feel like production of things is maybe slowed to a crawl, or am I just like, am I wrong? It feels like there's like
Oh, I know what you mean.
2 cartoon shows a year that come out, whereas I feel like when I was a kid there was like a new show being introduced like once a month. They were all bad, but
they were all bad, but hey.
They're like,
This time.
please exterminate even more. Man, the Chozo, real jerks. Encouraging mass genocide here. Jeez Louise. How should we design our locks? It would be really funny if it was murder. Blood of sacrifice of the innocent was the only way to open the door. Also, let's raise this small baby child and give her robot armor. That's my understanding of the Chozo. I'm not an expert. I might be wrong.
It's pretty close. Pretty close.
Ciao. Yeah, I mean, I grew up with like the Muppets and Sesame Street, obviously. Fraggle Rock being like a really
Yeah.
developmentally important show. And obviously, as I've stated before, Thomas the Tank Engine, the model era, I
Yes.
think is what people call it, had a huge impact on me. Like as I grew up, like I just always really I always wanted to be like a train model kid, and I got one once for one Christmas. Huge fan. And man, I ran that thing daily. We had to move, like I set it up in the living room, which was probably not a great idea. And eventually I was able to move it into the garage, and my dad built like a little like system where it was basically like I could take the trains off, and it had hinges that connected to the wall of the garage, so I could unfold and pull these little legs out and set up like a little tiny table that had all of the like tracks on it.
Yeah.
That was good fun.
Yeah, no. As I said, no spoilers, cool man.
I don't know what Zeta, Ultraman Zeta and Omega Metroids. I don't know what those are. And
Yeah,
yes, they
no,
deserve
Rob
to
has
die.
not seen them, and no spoilers on anything like that.
Listen, I don't know a lick about many things, but I definitely don't know anything about Metroid. Oh, hup, yep, oh, hup, hup. Perfect. Nailed it.
Are you gonna come? Are you gonna? So it's like, I know you're gonna come after me, you little bastard.
So this is gonna be a little bit of a flashback for you, but guess who's at the memorial thing on Monday?
Yeah, you said I thought I saw you saw Taylor was there.
Taylor, yeah. And we had a long talk, man. It was really good.
Yeah, really healthy.
Yeah, I mean, he was just kind of like, he apologized for kind of like appropriating my ideas for bite your tongue stuff, which was really nice. And like, I talked about like, hey, I'm sorry that I basically was like, didn't want like stop talking to you with like, as far as you knew, no direct like reason why.
Yeah.
Because like I confronted him about it, but then like he thought we were over it, and then he did it again, and I just, instead of confronting him again, was like, no, all right,
No, I'm good.
we're not. If you don't want to if you want to keep just taking my ideas for
Jesus
everything no, if you want to just keep taking my ideas, then like fine, maybe I just won't talk to you anymore. Which ultimately, like, it was not a healthy mentality to have. But I think it's like one of the things I've been really trying to like digest mentally right now is the difference between like putting up a healthy boundary with a person and just straight up building a wall between you and that person.
Yeah.
And it's tricky. It's tricky. Just like the song. So, my history with Transformers started with G1 VHSs from my aunt's video rental store in Houston. And I literally would grab them because I was like, I like cartoons, and I'm going to just randomly rent cartoons. But I never watched the series properly. I just would like randomly check out VHSs, whatever was available.
Yeah.
The first show I watched proper was because of Nick buying the Beast Wars toys. So I was like, oh, I guess I'll check out Beast Wars. And I watched one episode one Saturday morning, and it changed my life. I was like not a big TV kid at all. And then that show basically changed me into like straight up TV nerd. It was like such a like night and day difference. So I watched every single episode of Beast Wars, every season. Even when it was not good towards the end, I was still a huge fan. I remember getting super hype when Dinobot 2 started to gain a little bit of his pride and memories for some unknowable reason, and turned against Rampage's wishes and then blew himself up.
Yep.
I was like, no, Dinobot 2, please.
You actually probably have
Prime?
more more
Is that
Transformers
Bodexter?
than me.
Yeah.
Because
I know.
I really didn't. I mean, I didn't really do G1. I mean, I did a little bit, but it was mostly just the Dinobot
Yeah.
stuff, like just
Yeah.
with the dinosaurs. So like, you know, I did that, and then yeah, Beast Wars definitely was my first like actual like paying attention to the whole show for Transformers, and then eventually down the line, I got more into them as I got older, but like it wasn't for a while though. So you know, my favorite Transformers show is probably the Prime show, but that's more recent. So
because before the Prime show came out, they brought one of the like 200 animes over, and I watched a little bit of that. And then I remember the Prime shows came out when I was in, was that college? Was that the like?
Yeah, that was like probably your college era.
Post 2006 at least, right?
Yeah, because it was after it came out after the Transformers movies, or at least the first two, I think. So yeah, so it was early.
I definitely remember catching some of the episodes, but I didn't have cable anymore. As soon as I got to college, like my ability to watch, I'm trying to think of like the most polite way, shows that were not anime that I downloaded illegally. I'll just say that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if it wasn't A Pirate's Life for you.
if I wasn't streaming it from some website that was probably just destroying my hard drive, I didn't watch a lot of like shows. But like I do remember watching Summer Prime and being like, oh, this seems like a very down to earth, like more rooted in reality like show.
Prime is for sure like amazing, for sure. I
remember there's a motorcycle guy, and I did like that a lot.
I've got a shield on.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know how long the shield would last.
Ah, yes. It's that yellow bar down there. But yeah, I really enjoyed Prime, and then that's probably still my favorite for sure. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what else I've watched. Transformers.
I just remember one that was an anime where Optimus Prime would fuse with a train.
Yes.
And you get super big. And anyone where you incorporate fusion dances into Transformers is absolutely my favorite. That's my favorite one.
It's the best ones. Oh, I can't go that way. That's right.
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to figure out which way I need to go to get out of here. Oh, wait, there it is. What? I also I am a little bit of a blasphemer. I do really like I definitely like when it came out, like I was super into the first Transformers movie. Definitely. I don't obviously I don't like where it went. But I do still find some stuff that I enjoy in some of the movies for sure.
Hey,
even
listen,
the worst
man,
ones. So
I love garbage. I can't. What am I? Who are you defending yourself?
That's true. That's true. I guess I am. Yeah.
I mean, I remember liking the combat in the first one, but I remember walking away from it being like, man, this is so much more aggressive than I remember. I was like, wow, this seems like it was just so dark to see like Optimus Prime like murder everyone, cram that cube into Megatron's chest. It'll be cool now. And
Yeah,
it's like, oh my god,
that's something that like still bothers me to this day. Of like, people were all about like Optimus being like this just psychopath, and it's very like, okay, what show were you paying attention to? Because like that's really not Optimus's thing like at all.
I mean, I think he had moments of being kind of like, you know, that way, but I don't think that was like his whole brand.
Default.
Yeah.
Because like even like especially in oh god, the one that really bothered me in 3, where he just like randomly decides to kill Megatron at the end. Like, it's like, that
Yeah.
is not an Optimus thing to do. Like,
And
Megatron
now
and
I'm
him,
going to blast you right
Yeah.
to hell, you
Like-
son of a bitch.
they teamed up to defeat Sentinel, and it was like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. And then, like, immediately after they beat Sentinel Prime, it was just like, I'm gonna kill you now. And you're like, wait, that's
Wait,
not.
Optimus, please.
That's not really like and what's funny is I actually have the novelization of that one, surprisingly, and in the novelization he lets Megatron go. Like
Oh.
Megatron literally is just like, he's like, I wanted, all I wanted to do was bring our planet back to what it once was,
Yeah.
and that was the only reason why I ever did anything. And then Prime is like, we'll never
That's
see eye to
just
eye.
Prime.
Yeah,
They
he's
shot
like,
him.
Prime's just like, we'll never see eye to eye, but I understand why you did what you did. And then he lets Megatron go, and it's like, oh, that's nice. That's a good ending. That would have been, especially if that had been the end of the movies. Like that would have been such
Yeah.
a nice, like, oh, okay, cool. But no, we gotta have him kill Megatron so that we can just, revive him in the next movie.
So it's cool and violent. That's one thing I didn't like, is that Megatron seems so unidentifiable.
Yeah,
You know?
because they just kill him every single movie. It's like
Yeah.
he's
But
not
I mean,
important
like,
at all. Oh, shit.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess in all of them, he's, kind of like, but like specifically, I remember in the first one, like my immediate reactions to it were like, I like some of the fight sequences. I don't like the way Megatron looks. I don't know if I like. I mean, I'll say this: it's very clear that. Oh my gosh, not Wiki. What's his real life name? Oh my gosh.
Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf, thank you. That Shia LaBeouf is a huge Rob fan, and here I forgot his name. I mean, think
Yeah.
about all the franchises he jumped into to try and get my attention.
I honestly like the one thing about the first movies Megatron stuff that I do like is that I'm not a fan of his design as much. Like I think you're right, and I think his design got better, definitely for sure, over the course of the movies. But like I think that the one thing that I do like about him in the first movie is I just love that, like,
I think Michelle's burning something. Hold on.
he
I'll
shows
be
up and he just
right
kills
back.
Megatron, or he kills Jazz. But yeah, okay.
Sorry. It's getting very smoky in here. Hold on.
Is your house on fire? I just realized I need to go further up the wall. If I can. I can't remember if I can go further up. It looks like I can. Nope, can't go further up. Nope. God. Oh, God.
Something was in fact burning.
Did she know that it was burning?
The situation's been resolved.
Okay. Well, that was a little closer than I wanted there. Whew.
Headphones, come on. Get on my face. There we go.
Yeah, did she know it was burning?
She had detected it right around the time that I had.
Okay.
So I was like, man, it's kind of getting smoky in here. I'm having a hard time breathing. And I walked into the kitchen and she was like nervously like scraping some burnt stuff off of a pan. And I was like, is everything okay? She said, it got too hot.
But yeah, no, I was gonna say what I was saying is I do like that when Megatron showed up, like in the original Transformers movie, he's just like literally just so done with fucking everything. Like he just fucking immediately shows up, rips Jazz in half. Like, you know, like he just
Don't want to play this game.
I'm not playing anymore.
I'm a murderer.
Yeah, I mean, but that's good. That's Megatron, right? Like that's what you should feel from a villain when they're introduced so late in a movie. You should feel that instant threat. You know, like oh god, like this. You know, all the other they've killed so many Decepticons by this point. Then when Megatron shows up, it's like oh, he's a little different than everybody else, isn't he? You know.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there are things that I can appreciate about it. I think I'm more excited about seeing a live-action Transformers universe that is shaking free the influence of,
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean,
of
obviously.
Mr. Bay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not a madman,
No.
Rob.
I don't think either of us was defend or trying to like paint
say that his
kind
is
of
like
a
the
narrative.
best or anything. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I was just saying there are some good things, like like he just brought up in the chat. I mean, Grimlock and stuff in the fourth movie was still really fun. Like
I never saw Fallen Knight or was there one after that?
Grimlock? The one right before?
Yes.
Okay, so you never saw the Night one or the one with Grimlock, the one right before that?
Yes. Correct. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Age of Extinction, is that it or something?
Age of Extinction, yeah, that's the Grimlock one.
Yeah. I have unfortunately not seen either of those. I was like, oh, this looks neat, and then I just did not.
It's not worth checking. Like it's one of those. I think in my review that I wrote on Facebook right after I saw it was like, it's like you're sitting there waiting for the star of the movie to show up. And like he doesn't show up till the very last second of the movie, and even then he's only in it for probably 20 minutes total. So it's just like not worth sitting through an entire movie waiting for Grimlock to show up. It's just not
watch
worth it.
what you're saying is watch an AMV of it instead, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, he's like no, this isn't Metroid. He's just a little turtle boy.
Yep, he's another boss. Just another random boss.
Yep, little pill bud. I love him. Oh shoot! Okay. Oh. Is that half your health?
Yep. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Did I mention how insanely hard this game is?
Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Phew. Maybe you have to morph ball back at him, 1v1 his morph ball.
Oh, fuck.
Shoot! Samus, no!
And there's my first death, everybody.
The end.
Oh,
The credits start to roll.
Luckily, this game has checkpoints. It's not like an old school Metroid game, so it's not like. Actually, I think I can stop those fire attacks. Let's find out. Nope.
Oh, jeez.
Well, it was worth a shot.
Should you try ice beaming his mouth? Maybe it'll freeze his mouth.
I could try. Nope.
No, that didn't do anything. I was wrong. I was wrong.
Nope.
This is a bad idea. I'm sorry.
Ah!
No. No.
Go away.
Oh, jeez. Hey, there you go. Oh. Oh, jeez.
Whoop.
I like this guy's design. He's a little pill bug boy. Like an angry turkey turtle. Oh man.
There he goes. Yes, he does return in Fusion. It's true. Or I guess technically Fusion happened first, so this is a boss that they brought back from Fusion.
Wait, Fusion is before this too?
No, Fusion's after this, but like
Oh.
Fusion released before this remake.
Oh,
I guess
you
this
mean
boss was in the original though, so yeah, I guess it is. He comes back in Fusion. You're right.
I'm getting it now.
Hup. Oh, hup. Oh, hup. I can jump. I can jump in my morph ball form.
Hey, there you go. I remember. I'll be frank. I remember Fusion way more because of the Super Best Friends Let's Play. Because when I borrowed it from a friend. I didn't even own it. And I remember the first time that evil Samus showed up, I got so scared. I just straight up was like, I guess I'm not playing. This isn't for me.
Yeah, I played the hell out of Fusion back in the day, for sure. Alright, so that I got that.
Hey, Red.
Let's see.
What's the matter?
Where am I going?
Oh, he's so sad.
Sad boy.
He's like, oh, please scratch me and take me on a walk. I don't like it when I walk alone.
Ah! I looked away from the screen for 1 second and I just fell all the way to the bottom of the pit. This stupid little...
Shoot him more. Hey, why does that take so many shots?
Oh, they constantly
Or they
spawn.
infinitely...
Yeah, they infinitely spawn, so it's a good way to get your health back and stuff.
I get it now. Yeah. It's like a boss spawn fountain. Ooh. I like this Metris suit.
Samus suit? Samus suit?
Yeah,
Metris?
somewhere between Metroid and Samus, I got Metris. I don't know why that.
It's perfect.
It's
I love
very
it.
like simplified suit, especially coming off of like Prime design.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
which
gonna get
range
like
from-
an upgrade for the suit, obviously.
Yeah.
You get the Various suit and the Gravity suit and stuff, but yeah, no, I like the redesign that they did here for the suit for sure.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It is kind of like the pauldrons kind of throw me off because they're like so flat and down angled
Yeah,
as opposed to bubbly.
You'll see the bubble ones. That's the Various suit. So we'll get that
okay.
later. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. It's just.
I don't want to know about IDW Transformers. I just.
It's too much, man.
Cameron keeps telling me things. I keep saying, "Are you sure that's canon?" And then he's like, "Absolutely." And then I go, "All right."
Yeah, it's a little much for me. I mean, I've heard good things. I've read some IDW Transformer stuff, but yeah, I don't know.
I've been exclusively sent memes from it because he follows
Oh yeah,
like
Cameron
a
sends
meme.
us stuff all the time about it. I wish Cameron had shown up, but he's probably busy, I guess. I think he said he might have been going to Six Flags, right?
No, he's doing that tomorrow. He's just vibing right now.
Oh, okay.
He's at home, unawares,
Yeah.
staring at his cat.
Oh, God.
That was a good combo. It was a good hit. I love that they were like, we're going to show that Metroids evolve and adapt, and then they just did. There's one type of Metroid.
Oh, don't worry. There's more. We're just not. seeing it yet.
Early
Yeah.
into the ice.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're very. Yeah. Keep in mind, we're very early in this game still. hate this one because it's like it's an awful little spot to fight them. There we go.
Ha. Hot him. Ice that belly. Oh, jeez.
He hit me, but I got him. Could really use another energy tank somewhere soon. These bosses are kicking my ass. Let's see.
Oh wait, okay, actually I do have one question. Do the
Yes.
Beast Wars ever show up? Do the Maximals ever show up in
Oh,
the
that's a good
IDW
question.
comics?
Yeah, that's a good one. I got that.
Because that's the one I'm actually nostalgic for.
I know that there is a separate Beast Wars comic, but I don't know if that's IDW. I can't remember if that was back in the day or.
I do. Okay.
Oh, wait,
Has anything ever hurt you as much, like when preparing for a show,
Uh-huh.
as the transfer from Beast Wars to Beast Machines? Because I think I forgot how to trust people after that.
Yeah.
I forgot what it was to trust a
Understandable.
human being after Beast Machines aired. I'll hate it. Oh no. Wait, I'll hate Beast Machines or IDW Beast Wars? Oh no.
Either or
How-
is kind of not a great. The fact
I
that
mean-
you're gonna hate either of them.
I mean, yeah,
Right.
Beast Machines I expect, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's sad. I don't know. I think there's like a lot of fun stuff to do with that world. Those character designs.
Yeah.
I mean,
Speaking
obviously.
of which, Kingdom just came out with the the Beast Wars with that Netflix show.
Oh, what?
The Netflix the Netflix Transformers thing. You know, it's come out and it's been like 3 parts. That's why all the toys are getting re-released. with new
Oh, yeah?
designs. Yeah, the Beast
And
Wars
there's-
section just released. Friday. So
Beast Wars on Netflix. Well, like, is it like a real show or? Is
yeah.
it, what is it?
It's technically like 3 miniseries, I guess. Like would be how you describe it.
Oh.
But yeah, it's a full like it's like a full miniseries. Like the first 2, the first one was like it takes place like at the end of the war on Cybertron, and
Uh-huh.
then like what's the word?
Okay, this redesign of Optimus Primal is very good.
Have you seen? Okay, did you look it up?
I looked up a picture. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
So yeah, the thing I was trying to get at though is
Oh,
the first movie takes place at the end of the war, so it's like right when they're about to try and escape.
yeah.
And I think they escape the planet at the end of the first season or the first miniseries, and then after that they set it up for the next stuff, which is them like trapped in space and like just stuff happens. I'm trying to think of ways to describe it.
Things go poorly from there. Oh man. Okay, well this is cool. I gotta check that out because I love me some Beast Wars. So. Yeah, I guess it looks like it's not a lot. Like it's literally just a cameo of my Beast Boys
Oh, what in the show?
show. Yeah.
Well, the whole 3rd season is them on Earth, and the Beast Machines or the Beast Wars are already the Beast Wars. The Beast Transformers are already there.
Oh.
So the whole last
Vibing.
part of it should be about them. Like I said, I haven't watched it yet, but that's what they were teasing at least.
Oh my gosh, someone has a collection of every Tigertron toy. I had these. Amazing. Wow.
Whoop.
Man,
Would you?
what a good franchise. Anyway,
Yeah. So one of the things that they did in this game, by the way, like obviously I'm fighting the same boss. One of the things that makes it so that the same boss doesn't get annoying, to me at least, is that every arena that you fight them in is different. So like you have to use different tactics to like fight them because like, you know, like, oh, this one will have a lava floor. Even though you're fighting the same Beetle Boy, it makes it
Yeah.
more difficult. So I don't know. That's something that I
This one
appreciate.
seems like it's just like back and forth. They only have like one character. I mean, I guess this is for the 3DS, so they couldn't go.
Well, it was for the
two.
Game Boy, the original Game Boy originally. Think
Oh,
about that.
fair.
Yeah.
But I mean, like when they were making this version.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, oh, yeah. I mean, because it's also a remake too. So yeah, they added a couple bosses and stuff, but they didn't want to like
Yeah,
make it completely different because people would have been upset, right? Like, you know,
that's fair.
people would have been like, "Oh, it's not the same." So
Yeah.
I don't know. There are some other Metroid bosses. Trust me. He mentioned a couple of them for sure that I have to fight later. But yeah, like I said, I think that's what makes them not as annoying as the using a different environment every time you fight them. It's just
Yeah, it makes it a little bit
doesn't
exciting.
feel as
But
a
does
repeat.
Yeah, it still is kind of like, it seems like the strategy is get in one place and jump up and down as they swoop, like swing back and forth until you can hit their belly with an ice blast.
Yep, pretty much. There's I think actually this floor that I'm on right now, I think I fight the first of one of the other ones. So
Oh, yeah.
we should see it very soon, I think.
Man. Okay, so they are just straight up. So they just show up, are evil, and then die.
What,
Okay.
the Beast Wars characters?
Yeah, I
Oh.
guess.
what
Because
he
they serve Unicron straight up, and then they just die without saying anything. Unless it's Waspinator and Rat Trap. Which, by the way, Waspinator is, frankly, the only one who makes it out alright in that whole series.
Oh, it's true. I actually wish we could see what happens to Waspinator, like pick up with him later.
Well, Beast Machines kind of ruins that because
Oh,
it
did
makes
they?
no sense. Somehow he ended up on Cybertron again.
Oh,
Even though,
but
frankly,
he was king.
Waspinator finally gets his respect. Like, that's all I want. I want a show that is just like Waspinator teaching humans. Waspinator is a god, slowly, like, you know, like throughout the decades, all major discoveries are just Waspinator. All major events.
Yes, please. Please and thank
No
you.
Columbus, it's Waspinator.
Please and thank you.
Yeah, he did. He did get a bad ending in Beast Machines, but Beast
That
Machines
sucks.
is. I hate that show, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't count. It doesn't count in my
Doesn't count.
because I don't like it.
Well, got all the Metroids from down in this area, so let's move to the other side.
Ah.
goddamn.
Hey, yep. Boom, got him. Yeah, you know who my favorite was? Even though he was kind of a huge nerd, was Silver. Oh my gosh, was it Silver?
Oh, Silver Hawks?
Silverwing?
Silverwing, whatever.
Oh my gosh, what was his name? How did I forget his name?
Silverbolt. Yeah.
Silverbolt. Yeah, I love Silverbolt.
Yeah,
I
he
think
was
because
fun.
I loved dogs and wolves so much. Beast Wars. Oh, and he was so cool. Man. Oh,
So
there's
who
also
were all the
Silver-
ones that survived the show? I can't remember who survived to get to Beast Machines.
Rat
Not a lot,
Trap.
right?
Yeah, it's like Rat Trap, Optimus Primal, Megatron, because he's strapped to the outside. Black Arachnia, Silver Hawk, or Silverbolt. There we go. And Rhinox, I think. I think that's everyone. A lot of people died.
He had a spider girlfriend. He did have a
He
spider
did.
girlfriend.
That's true. That's
And her
canon.
character was a lot of fun because I liked
She was.
her arc that she had.
Black Arachnia was a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
She was fun.
Oh no, Garrus!
It's about to be his bedtime, so I'm tired.
Oh my gosh. Aw, wait, it's a limited run. Never mind.
What?
It's custom too. Never
What?
mind.
What happened?
I just Google searched Silverbolt, and I found like some toys of him, and I was like, oh, that looks so good.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow, fan art of him makes him look so much cooler. He's not clunky CGI or clunky and a toy.
When he's not, you know, the CGI of Beast Wars.
Yeah, yeah, you know. Oh man,
That's funny.
I did love that toy though. I had that one. I had a lot of
The
them.
only one that I actually had was the Transmetal Dinobot, or Dinobot 2. I had
Oh
that
yeah.
toy. I didn't have any of the other ones, unfortunately.
I spent a lot of my like lawn mowing money on toys, on Beast Wars toys specifically. Oh man.
Come here.
Oh yeah, Rhinox does turn. And Rhinox doesn't only turn evil in Beast Machines. They unbrainwash him, and he's actually even more evil than that.
Yeah. I remember that.
That
I remember
sucks
people being
so
super
bad.
pissed. Yeah, I remember like
Because it's
everyone
like
when that
they
happened.
find out that all the evil robot guys are all controlled by the sparks of their old best friends who've been like, you know, trapped.
Yes.
And they're like, we have to free them. And so they free Waspinator first because they don't know that's Waspinator. And he's like, no, I'm actually Waspinator, not Silver Bolt. And actually, I also had a crush on you, Black Arachnia.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, and then she's like, gross. Let him go evil again. I don't care.
Just get him
And
away
so
from
then
me.
they unerase his memories.
Oh wow.
They re-erase his memories. And then they find out the real one that's like Silverbolt is the car, and or motorcycle guy. They free him, but then he's super mopey and like he's like, I don't want to be free. I hate what I've become. I'm so sad.
They do that shit.
And he's like super like just like not fun anymore. And then Rhinox gets it the worst because Rhinox they capture him and they like unbrainwash him, and he's like, all along I wanted to get revenge on you, Optimus. That's why I saved your life and was like your most like loving companion for years and your best friend, and like put myself in harm's way again and again to try and save you.
Really?
Like, but it's like
That's some bullshit.
it's so bad because it's like straight up like, oh yeah, no, actually all this time
This whole time I was evil.
it, like he does like a villain laugh and everything, and it just feels so weird and out of place.
You're just like, what the hell? They didn't even hint at any of this shit.
Yeah, no, there's never any time like he kind of falls to the background a little bit, you know.
Yeah,
in the
well,
show.
he's one of the only ones that doesn't get a transmetal force.
Yeah,
So.
because he was like being rejuvenated inside the little pod, so the like laser stuff. Yeah. He straight up just like hates all organic life now for like PTSD reasons, I guess.
Ow.
It's no good. Did not like it. And then like I remember at one point Megatron, so they meet this new character who's like a freaking werewolf.
Very
the new suit.
Yep.
Ooh.
Boom, baby.
Oh, there we go. That's classic. That's the Metroid. That's the Metroid right there.
That's the Metroid.
Now that's Metroid.
There we go. There's the suit.
So what's a Various suit do?
Reduces
Various
damage
suit.
taken from enemy attacks, thank God.
Oh, phew.
Also prevents damage from heat.
There we go. Awesome. Yeah, I'm still mad about Beast Machines. I'll die mad about Beast Machines. I remember. Oh, there we go. And now you got the heat armor. So it's perfect. What great timing.
Actually,
Oh.
yeah, that's trapped on the side of that wall. Ah!
I thought it said you resisted heat.
Not fire flamethrowers.
Wow. That's cheap. Can't believe they would do that. Oh, maybe we can go this way now.
Regenerate my health a little
There
bit.
you go. Oh yeah, so Megatron. Okay, So yeah, Megatron got that really cool dragon form at the end of the show because he shoves the original Megatron Spark into him. And then instead of turning into like a gun T-Rex or anything like that, he falls into some lava and it turns him into a dragon for no reason.
But it's
Love it.
Oh yeah,
so good.
So, such a good toy. I didn't have it, but I really wanted that one because it was like
Oh,
a deluxe
yeah.
toy. It was fucking huge. Yeah.
There's a handful of things that I'd like them to like make a Kingdom version of, and that would be an amazing one.
Yeah.
But I remember, so at one point they meet this like werewolf, straight up like a weird, in Beast Machines, a blue werewolf. And his name's like Noble. My name's Noble.
Oh,
and he's like
I remember that.
super cool. And I was like, okay, well, they got rid of my boy Silverbolt, but now at least we've got this really cool werewolf guy. I wonder what like his non-robot form is going to look. That's so weird. He's a werewolf. And then he transforms into a big red dragon called Savage. And he's evil.
Yes.
And I was like,
I remember
what
this.
is going on here? And then the big reveal is that Megatron had his like bio parts ripped out. So like he's just a torso now. So his arm's missing because his arm was just a dragon head.
Yes.
And he's just like all messed up until he downloads Primal's body, which I'll get to that in a bit. But he basically ripped his biological parts off and they formed into Noble and Savage, implying that all along, deep within him, there was actually a Noble side.
Which, to be fair, with normal Megatron, that makes sense.
Normal Megatron?
Because normal Megatron,
in some iterations, yes.
Yeah, he's
not G1 iteration, but in other stories we've seen.
Other adaptations
like,
of even G1, like they really go into the fact that like it was a battle of ideologies, like between Prime and Megatron. It wasn't really. We all see it as good and evil, but like it's not that simple.
Yeah, I mean they do a good job of like adding complexity to it later. But if you remember Beast Wars, which I did at the time, I don't know where that werewolf part came from at all. Oh, that's right. I remember Night Scream, the bat. Yeah.
Night Scream.
Night Scream was a bat transformer that showed up there for some reason. I don't know why there was like a new transformer they could add to the roster. But there's a bat on Cybertron. And his transform, he has like emo hair, I remember. Hold on, let me actually look him up. Throw this.
Oh, here we go, Rob. Hold on. Don't look him up yet.
I'm looking away from the screen. I hope nothing important is happening right now. I'm looking away. I'm typing in very slowly. Night Scream. Ooh, so here's some great stuff. I'm busy looking away. All right. Anyway, did I miss anything? Oh, what's this?
Whoa! Shit!
Oh, okay. So it's a big bad beetle board now.
Yes, it's a more evolved beetle.
This isn't what I would expect from the evolutionary cycle of a Metroid, if I'm being honest.
Oh, damn it.
I don't know what I would have expected.
Oh, shit.
But I guess I wouldn't have expected a little, like, hard shell beetle thing to form, you know?
Yep, I'm gonna die.
I thought you said you resisted heat.
Yeah, I resist heat, but and damage, but these things still are pains in the asses.
Isn't electricity just heat? Oh, he doesn't even have... Never mind, it's not even like an emo hair. It's like a... Gosh, I don't know, like a... It's like a side part. It's real bad. And he's got wings on his feet. I forgot. That's how he flies. Like his ankles.
Oh, I remember that freaking thing. Oh god, it's not a great design. It's really bad.
I really forgot this guy's whole existence. Now
that you said the wings on the feet, I specifically remember how awful it looks. It's not great.
Oh man, it's rough to look at for long periods of time. Beast Machines was a really bad show that had a really negative impact on my childhood. Can't believe you would do this to me. Yeah, Night Scream is bad.
What?
Oh! I didn't even see
Whoa!
what hit you there.
He did like a weird like Godzilla burst
Oh.
move, and it just was. Man, I really gotta find some more energy tanks. Oops.
So, okay. I feel like I'm a pretty susceptible person to like outside influence, typically.
Oh, come
But
on.
I have a friend who moved to England at the start of COVID,
Uh-huh.
and she's been there just about a year now, maybe like a year and a few months. And she has fully, like, it is comical how much she's like absorbed the like local dialect. Like
Oh, yeah?
she like throws mate into a lot of kind of like, oi, how you doing, mate? And it's like weird and like it's kind of like a hodgepodge between like Irish, English, Cockney, and Australian accents. Like she hasn't quite figured out which one she wants to do. And I don't know how to broach the subject with her. That she should probably just use her normal Texas accent. She wouldn't be made fun of. I guarantee it. Apparently no one, like, she's like, oh yeah, no, this is just like how I get my accent now. And I'm like, is it your accent? The reason Night Scream got his form is a retcon Cybertron used to be organic. He scanned some bat bones. Okay, I do remember them saying, and that's like the whole premise. Oh my gosh. Dinner is ready. It looks really good. Oh, you got the cheddar. Y'all. Michelle made cheddar biscuits. Oh man. I'm gonna have to mute myself for a second. I can't not eat this. But I remember, okay, so they go to Cybertron. There is a plant spirit that talks to them because their bodies all revert back to their beast modes from season 1. They're not even their trans-metal forms. And then it's like, oh no, we have to run away and we can't transform. And then the plant spirit is like, don't worry, I'll help you become more powerful and adapt to this new world. Oh god, he just jumped up and started firing down its throat. And then her power-up is to make them awful CGI monsters that have to meditate to transform.
Wait, really?
Yes. They can't. Well, they have to be peaceful and attuned with nature to transform. They can't just transform. They can't say maximize or terrorize anymore. Good job. I'll be right back.
Right.
I believe in you.
Ja. Do, 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 do.
Oh my god, that soup is so good, but I have to let it cool because it's too hot.
Well, you didn't miss much. I got the wave beam, so I got a purple beam now.
And that can, I saw it shoot through a wall. Earlier,
Yeah, I can shoot through walls. Yeah.
Holy crap. Did you ever watch, oh my gosh, what was the name of that movie? Was it like Equalizer or something?
Equalizer.
It was literally a movie
One
where the
with,
entire premise...
Denzel Washington.
No, oh no, never mind. It's not equal. No, that's okay. Equalizer is the wrong name. That is correct, though. Yes. I can't remember the name of it though. But it's a movie where the entire premise is around a gun that can shoot through walls, and that's like the narrative conceit of it.
Oh really? Oh wait. Oh, you're talking about
With
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's not even a gun that can shoot through walls. It's a rail gun.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Fuck. I know the name of that movie too.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, please look it up because I know it. Like
Schwarzenegger. Rail gun movie. I was close. Eraser.
Eraser. Yes.
Eraser.
Yes.
Wow. I just remember watching this movie a total of twice in my entire life. And I remember the ending scene is so like burned into my brain when he finally says you've been erased.
Oh yeah.
Literally like the whole movie finally like builds up to that one liner.
Uh-huh.
God, I gotta watch this fucking movie again.
Oh yeah, no, it's a great Arnold Schwarzenegger movie for sure.
I need to have a Schwarzenegger night, and like I need to break it up by decade. I think that's what I need to do. My next few like, Cinema al Dentes, I'll break up by decade of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Okay, so I'm at a dead end. So I've got to go back. Ow.
Uh-oh. Fuck you, bud. Oh, and technically he does have 2 roles in the 70s. Hercules in New York.
Oh,
classic,
yep.
And Pumping Iron, another classic. Oh, but once you hit the 80s, though, it's just hit after hit after hit.
Yeah, you got fucking Terminator immediately.
Oh my gosh. I did not know this. Total Recall is a 90s movie.
Is it really?
Just on the cusp. 1990.
Oh, like literally 1990?
Literally just made in the 80s, released in the 90s kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Slid underneath that wire of being a 90s movie. When did it come out specifically? June 1st. Wow. They thought it was going to be a real stinker. I can't believe it. Oh, wait, no, this was summer blockbuster time. No, it's January where they throw all the trash, so yeah, okay. They knew. They knew what they were doing.
They knew what was going on.
90s, there's a lot of good stuff. And then once you get into the 2000s, it slows down a little bit. He did Sixth Day, which was kind of his last big action movie for a while. Oh my god, wait, he did Collateral Damage in 2002. Okay, that's a classic. It's classic. Let's see here. What else do we got? Then just Terminator 3, and they took a decade-long break to be a mayor. They did a lot of 2010s movies.
Oh, shit. Oh, ow, 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 fuck.
Wow, is it really
This
only?
I hate this
that-
area.
just-
I hate this area so much. Can I destroy the silver ones yet? I mean, it's doing something, but I don't know if it's actually working. No, I can't. Yeah.
It's so weird that he's only been in like 30-something movies. It feels like surely he has more. Maybe this is just like his hits. Ah, there we go. No. Wow, he hasn't been in that many. They're making a Kung Fury 2? No way. Oh my god. What? Okay. Michael Fassbender, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then other people that don't matter are going to be in it. I don't know. Wait. Okay. Going to be there. That guy I don't know. And then that girl I don't know. Weird. Okay. I guess they're gonna do a sequel.
So Kung Fury?
Yeah.
Huh.
My favorite thing about Kung Fury was not the movie. It was definitely the music video with David Hasselhoff. It was like, do you remember that Disco Inferno song they made for
Oh, for
Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah.
Imagine that Disco Inferno, but like 10 years before that came out.
Oh, I found this really interesting because I'm like unofficially doing a Marvel rewatch right now. Like I'm not really sticking to it or anything, but
Yeah.
I just happened to kind of put one on, and I was like, oh, I'll just kind of watch them. You know, if I don't want to watch them again, you know, after a certain point, I'll stop. But did you know that in Guardians 2, when Gamora is talking about David Hasselhoff, she calls him Stardew Hasselfrau in the movie?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I was like, ah, that's cool.
I love it.
Also,
Hasselfrau.
I'm actually extremely hyped for Suicide Squad. It's been getting amazing reviews.
I got
It sounds so good.
2 people. Actually, is it out on HBO Max right now?
Next week, next Friday.
Next week.
Yeah.
No, I'm absolutely watching that.
I'm
I can't
hyped
wait
for
to do a special report within a special report.
Yeah.
No, I'm really excited. Literally everyone I've seen talking about it online. It turns out, man, you just have to give. It really does come down to James Gunn has a lot to say about families.
Yes. Oh, fuck. Oh, I don't know why I'm trying to jump up there. Let's just teleport out of here. There's nothing down here anymore. I gotta go back up.
Yeah, I really want to see that. Sorry, I started eating more of the soup because it's really tasty and also a little bit cooler now.
Okay, first of all, it's way too early to call whether it's gonna fail at the box office. I'm just saying, like it. The only reason there's a lot of reasons actually I should say that Suicide Squad, or not Suicide Squad, but
The Suicide Squad?
but fucking what's the word? Can't I think of the name?
The Black
Widow.
movie?
Thank you. Jesus. There's a lot of reasons why Black Widow failed. And
I mean, it's like a sequel prequel Marvel movie in the post-Endgame era.
where nobody
no
really
way.
cares about the fact, like nobody cares about Black Widow. Like the only reason why the movie existed was to introduce a new Black Widow. We all knew that was what it was for.
Yeah.
Like, there's no proof that Suicide Squad's gonna fail. In fact, there seems to be a lot of interest in it because of all the good reviews it's getting. So I don't think it's gonna fail. I think it'll do.
And listen, John Cena can carry a movie.
It's true. Some people are gonna watch it just for John Cena. So
I mean, I would, but I'm also watching it for other people too.
yeah. I wish I was getting it at my work. We're not gonna get it at work. But,
no.
Yeah, but I'll watch it on HBO Max.
Oh yeah.
Because honestly, that's a trend. See, that's the thing. A lot of people are blaming Black Widow's failure on the box office, or on not the box office. I'm like in the middle of doing something, so I can't think. But on the streaming, they're blaming it on like, oh, well, you can stream it at home on Disney Plus, so no one's going to go see it in theaters. I think they're missing a huge component when they say stuff like that, because I think that the HBO Max movies that have released in theaters and been on HBO Max have done fairly well. Like, there hasn't been that big of a difference between their box office and what they should have made. Obviously, with the exception of, like, GVK releasing while the pandemic was still going, so there wasn't actually that many theaters open, so you have to take that into consideration. But, like, I don't know. I think this whole argument of, oh, well, it's streaming, so it's not going to do well, is kind of BS.
Yeah. I mean, I know that we have a hard time kind of determining. Well, streaming services have a hard time determining like value based off of like views, you know. But like, I mean, yeah. Okay. I obviously will always fight the mouse because Disney is an evil corporation, and any harm that comes to them is a good thing, ultimately. However, I don't know. I don't know if I really agree with like Scarlett Johansson's like mentality here. I guess it might be a breach of contract in the sense of like, oh well, this was supposed to have a theatrical release, and I get a cut of the theatrical release, right? And she's not getting a cut of like, say, streaming numbers, which could have a pretty big impact on like,
how much money she gets.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, honestly, though. Like, I feel like we're never. I mean, especially us as like a person who's just reading the article on the internet, we're not getting a full picture of what's happening, you know.
And I'll say she did make $20 million just on being in the film, where she got held up on strings and had to remember a few lines of dialogue. Now that's under crediting an actress. I apologize. But at the same time, she did make more in a few weeks than I will make in 36 years of my life. I did the math.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like, you know, like people are taking her side, but it's like also like, yeah, but you also still made $26 million.
And I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still gonna take her side. Again, not because I specifically agree with her, but because, you know, I must strike at the heart of the mouse whenever possible.
Yeah.
Because if we don't, then they will eventually just own everything. They will be like the media monopoly.
As if they aren't already.
Yeah, fair. There's still like a slight delineation where there's still a handful of like, you know, he just left. He's like, I don't want to fight anymore. This sucks. Did he see? Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay. Blast him. I mean, you know, so yeah, I'm gonna side with ScarJo only, mostly out of spite. But I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like if I made 20 million, I'd be through the moon if I made like, oh my god, like really?
Yeah.
No, I get it. She's like a professional actress. She has to live in like Hollywood, and like her rent's probably astronomical compared to what I make.
Rent,
Like,
she owns
you know.
a badass mansion somewhere.
Yeah, fair. So like when I see like, you know, people complain about like, I only made $30 million this month, you know.
It's like you, I made $200 total this week. That's all
you
I'm
know,
gonna make. You know, like
I get it, and I'm trying to be like empathetic, but like it is perhaps a bit crass in the era of us all dying to in-stage capitalism. I don't know. Good luck to her, because again, anything that strikes at the heart of the beast is a victory for me.
True.
And like, listen, ScarJo's gonna be fine. You know,
Yeah.
she's gonna do.
Look, she recovered from the stuff that came up with her for Ghost in the Shell. As much as I do side with her playing that character still, and I know people don't agree with me on that, but whatever.
I mean, she looked the part. I mean, she's got that like cutesy anime face. So, but I mean,
yeah.
I also think she's just. But I mean, I get why people are upset about it. I understand. I mean, they were also upset about her. Wasn't she going to play like a trans character or something?
Yeah, that one I'm not sure how I feel about, because
that was, I think, where more people were mad than the. I think a lot of people got over the Major Katsuragi thing.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. Frankly, Hollywood does need to diversify. But that's a big problem. That loops us back around to problem number one, which is every film must be a monumental, like, ass kicker in the box office for it to be worthy, you know?
Yeah.
And so you can only hire the 5 or 6 actors and actresses that are going to guarantee you money.
Yep. That are the known box office, you know, darlings.
And that sucks, because like then you get these problems where it's like, you know, how many times are we gonna try and run Tom Cruise through the ringer? You know, he's like, I mean, yeah, he's down to do it, but he's like almost 70 now. You know, there's only so much plastic surgery he could do. You know,
it's true.
Same with all of our action stars. Every single action star isn't a Chris, and we are in the era of Chris's. Don't get me wrong. But we're coming up to a point where it's like, you know, we need to start diversifying our new actors and actresses, and not just like in A24 films, you know?
Yeah.
And I think Hollywood just needs to fucking be like, all right, well, we're not going to do like $30 billion movies anymore for a while. Like, let's take that money and instead do like a handful of smaller things. Also, allow CGI people to unionize. That would be rad, because the reason we've stopped doing like, and I learned this recently, the reason we stopped doing like any kind of other animation, practical effects or anything like that, is because those are all union workers, whereas CGI is not.
Yeah.
And that to me is wild.
Yeah. There's a lot of things like that are. I feel like the problem with like the conversation that we're kind of having in general, as well as like, just not just us, but as a grouping in Hollywood, I think there is definitely still something to be said of like looking at it objectively. Should actors be able to take roles that they necessarily aren't like that sexuality for or whatever? If you're looking at it objectively without like throwing in any like, oh, Hollywood is, you know, completely unbalanced with the number of people, blah, 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 blah. Like if you're looking at it just in the sense of like, should an actor be able to act as a different person? Yes, that is inherently the idea of acting.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything particular. I don't think there's anything. I think that's like a conversation that gets brought up a lot about like, you know, appropriation and like, you know, You see it in the cosplay community a lot of like, is this allowed? And you see it on both sides of the spectrum where it's like, you can't be a woman of color and be a Sailor Scout,
Yeah.
and the same, breath, someone else will be like, you can't be white and like be like a character that looks, in the anime is more Asian,
Exactly. Yeah.
I think ultimately that the big problem is that like they're starting to write scripts where there are people who are of marginalized communities, and instead of trying to, because there are actors and actresses out there who are part of marginalized communities, and instead of giving new people a chance, Hollywood is so desperately clutching to the pearls of big budget,
Yes.
right, that they can't risk not having a huge name on the cover,
Exactly. Yeah, which therefore means that a marginalized person
is not going to.
They're not going to get the role just because.
Why would I take the risk of having like an unproven like trans actress on my movie when I could simply just get like
Johansson or whoever.
What's his name? Oh my gosh, Jared Leto, and put him in a costume. Like literally what's happening right now with like that Gucci movie that's coming out. Oh, did you see the cover for this?
Well, did you see Jared Leto, like what he looks like in that movie? I'll give props to the makeup department because I had no
props
idea
to them. Listen, that's great. That's rad. There are literally just dudes that look like that for sure.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And I mean, that's a little bit of like, there's two things that Hollywood's always aiming for: more money, big money, or something that's going to get them, an Oscar at the end of the year. And there's no Oscar for, putting like a, like an actual trans person in your, in your film.
Yeah.
There's no like diversity quota or anything like that. So you run into these situations where it's like, oh, well, we could get a makeup award in this movie if we got a famous actor.
Yeah.
And just put a lot of face paint on it,
Yeah, and I mean, I think one of the things that I guess I was trying to get at too is like, it's not the arguments aren't mutually exclusive, right? I think that's the biggest thing for me is like, you can't sit here and argue for like I'm trying to think of a word. Why am I doing this? I should just go back around. It's like, are there situations where you need to diversify the cast? Yes. Are those situations more common than Hollywood says they are? Yes. Like, do you always have to, like, once again, like with Jared Leto, yes, you're right, there are people that look like that, but there is something to be said of an actor that wants to do a role like that where they disappear into the role and, like stuff like that. Christian Bale does it all the fucking time. So it, like I said, I think it just gets oversimplified. The argument always gets oversimplified, and because it gets oversimplified, it ends up like getting people up in a tizzy. People get upset. People get all defensive, one way or the other, about one subject or the other. It's never, I'm not saying it's always, I'm not saying people are wrong to get up in a tizzy about it. Most of the time, they are right to get upset. Like, hey, yeah, should we be hiring more trans actors to play trans roles? Yes, absolutely. I'm not arguing against that. I'm just saying.
We should also probably just have more,
We should also
people of color in our films and
in general,
in our stories that aren't just like background characters. Yeah,
it's also it's also the oh god, what was a good example? For instance, like, we also should stop writing roles that are like if you're gonna write a role for a lead actor role in a film, and there is no reason for them to be one race or the other, why do you need to like for instance, in a movie they'll write a role and they'll come out with like the thing saying like, oh, here's his background, blah 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 blah, but then they'll hire a black actor or another marginalized people actor, and they'll rewrite the story to fit that marginalized person. It's like, no, why are you writing it where that's even like a thing? Like, I mean,
I think that
if
Well,
it's a
we also have
lead
to
actor
contend with.
role,
We do also have to contend with the fact that I don't think that happens
it
super
doesn't happen
frequently.
very often. I'm just saying, like,
Admittedly, my insight into Hollywood matters in some ways. But I think one thing that we do have to contend with is that a lot of writers in Hollywood, and this is just now changing,
yes.
are, they look like me. They're bearded dudes, that have family in the industry.
Yes.
And so a lot of the perceptions and perspective they're writing from, starting out, is as a white person.
True.
Now, don't get me wrong. I think that what's an amazing example is Alien, where they wrote Ripley as a non-gendered character, and then they got Sigourney Weaver to play the character, and
Yeah.
so you had this really interesting, really complex character. They got to flesh out in the sequel as an actual mother, as opposed to just a space worker. But it's kind of you do have to take into consideration the what are you trying to write for?
Yeah.
And do you start off with okay, I want to have an actor in mind, right? Because a lot of writers have to do that now. And so again, with Hollywood being very, very narrow in its scope of what can make money, if you want to make a script that's definitely going to get bought, you're okay, in my head, I've got Idris Elba. I've got, Bill Paxton. I've got, well, not Bill Paxton, but, I've got a guy in my head as I'm writing the characters. So as I'm making all these notes and writing these things down, I have an image in my head. And the problem is that because Hollywood is so narrow in its scope right now, you kind of get forced into writing a very narrow kind of history for a character,
True.
But again, it's because it's not out of malice or out and out racism. It's more systemic of what Hollywood is as a money making tool, where it's ultimately the end goal is to make buku bucks. So we have to have ununionized CGI workers. So we have to have every movie has to have 2 billion computer composite layers of just messy CGI. We need to hire one of the 5 actors, and we need to write for one of the 5 actors that can definitely make us money.
Yeah.
Most of which are either old white dudes who were popular in the 80s, or they're one of the Chris's, or it's like Idris Elba,
Yeah, I mean, I guess
Will
what I was
Smith.
getting at, kind of with your Ripley example, I think that's something to always remember with Ripley is she was not written. Number one, it wasn't written that Ripley was a girl at all.
Yeah.
Number two, whenever they wrote her, whenever she became part of the film, they didn't rewrite the film.
Yeah.
To compensate for the fact that she was a girl. In fact,
Yeah.
like you said, it didn't really come into
because they
real
wrote
play
the script
until...
without really having any kind of specific background for the characters. They were just the characters that they were,
Yeah.
So they didn't have to really consider what was this person's childhood that kind of shit. It was just everything in that is super present and aware, And again, that's a benefit of cheaper Hollywood movies. I don't want to say that Alien is cheap in any way, but compared to the $6 billion, 2.5 hour long movies we have now,
Yeah.
right? You could have a super finite story that just sets up where the characters are, what the fuck is happening, and how the hell they survive.
I'm about
don't
to die
need
here.
to have-
Just giving me missing pickups. I don't understand.
Do you want more missiles?
No, I need health. Health, please.
Are you sure?
Oh,
You
and
need the burst. But yeah, I think I think Alien specifically is indicative of older Hollywood, where It's all practical effects. It's all built on set. You don't have to worry about like a lot of detail about the characters' histories or anything because literally we're going to be in and out in under 90 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas now, if you were to try and recreate that, you would either have to do it at Studio A24 or, God forbid, it was like a Marvel movie or something. You'd have to establish backstory. You'd have to establish lore. What's this person's life about? What do they care about? What's the, like, woke topic that they're also going to bring up as, like, core to the movie while also talking about how great the military, they have to have so many things in movies nowadays that they have to kind of bunch themselves into these very specific boxes right at the start of making the film.
Yes.
And the reasons behind that, the material costs of these movies and the demands for what success looks like now is so extreme that you run into a situation where you could maybe kill it.
No, I have to have the beam burst, which is what I'm trying to use, but I didn't have enough energy to kill it, so I have to go back down to try and go get more energy and come back up.
Oh god.
Anyway,
but yeah,
I mean, look, once again,
yeah.
like I think the thing is, I think exactly what I was trying to say is exactly what we're saying is like,
yeah,
it's not a simple fix. Like it's not a thing that's just like,
no,
oh,
because,
just hire these people and it'll be better, or.
Well, because like if you were to just like it would be the exact problem you're saying, where it's just like, okay, well then we need to make a $6 billion movie that can make 12 billion at the box office, but we're just gonna hire like like a lead of color, and it has to be Idris Elba, or we'll write a story about a trans person, but it has to be a name that's recognizable, or it has to be an indie movie. That's that's it, So that's again, we agree. Is what I'm saying. It's
you and I agree. The rest.
I'm
of the
now
world...
trying to express. I'm trying to express why that's happening, as opposed to just saying like that it is happening. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's bummer. It's like I want us, because like my solution, I think, is the solution. Is to just go back to smaller scale, smaller budget movies, but no Hollywood producer is going to want to do it. The only company that's even remotely interested in making low budget films or mid budget films is A24.
Yeah, and they're not like a huge studio.
No.
I mean, they're a big sized indie studio, but I mean,
yeah, for an indie studio they're huge, but for just like making Hollywood action films, I think they've made they basically did Upgrade, and then they haven't touched action since,
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. The house is no longer smoking, just coffee. I'm actually gonna go take some NyQuil.
All right.
And maybe that'll help me sound a little bit less like I swallowed 2 frogs. So I'll be right back after this. It's not really a message. After this boss fight.
Do 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 do. I can't go this way. Fuck. Well,
I just come back to see a message. Go back to talking about Transformers. Fair, okay.
I don't really have much to say more about Transformers, though. Like, I mean, like
Yeah.
I said, I kind of, not as big of a fan as most people maybe not think, but just in general, like, I mean, I like certain things. I've said what I liked.
You're not a big giant robot guy, I don't think.
It depends.
It's not like you hate them, but I think that giant robots don't fit the same itch that a giant monster does.
Not for me.
Giant
yeah,
monster is a
especially.
disaster film, usually,
Yeah.
right? Whereas, mech movies are very usually war analogies. And I don't know, I just don't think you come across as someone who is like, super into like wartime movies,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not that I don't enjoy, like I said, I said what I like. It's just like, I don't know. I mean, I don't have like a lot of like, like cool like theories or fun things to really like go into with things. Like it's not, I don't know. It's just not
favorite
the same.
moments.
Yeah. It's just. Not
I mean,
the same for
listen,
me.
I can talk for days about Beast Wars, but that's because that's my experience,
Yeah, specifically Beast Wars. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I couldn't talk about like Transformers in general because I didn't even watch all of Prime or the CGI show that came out right after Prime that wasn't Prime.
Yeah.
Whatever that was called.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
However, I can talk about the first G.I. Joe movie, which was spectacular. That was literally the first time because like I've seen movies and I've been like, wow, I want to watch this again. That was the first time that I legitimately did. Me and Cameron and one of his friends saw it, and then the very next weekend, we got other people to come see it with us for a second time. And I think he even saw it like a second time before I even went with him for that, like, second watch of my own.
Mm-hmm.
That movie is garbage, but good garbage. Absolute trash. I've heard the second one is really good. Haven't
I enjoyed
watched
the
it.
second one, but it's I don't think you'd like it as much because it's not.
I can enjoy a good movie.
It's not as trashy though. Like the first one is just so trashy, such absolute trash.
Oh, absolutely. I remember. I mean, I know the new movie is coming out, the Snake Eyes Origins.
Yeah.
I love that G.I. Joe is basically like X-Men, the X-Men franchise, but like 10 years too late.
Yeah. Fuck me. Ow, ow,
Those
ow,
butterflies away.
Ow, ow, ow.
Get away from me.
Get up.
I remember
Jump.
the first like major injury I ever had as a child was actually because Nick was over and I was we would set up battle scenes.
Ah.
Oh, Snake Eyes is already out. Oh well.
Yeah, it is.
Well, there we go. If I can watch it anywhere online, I might watch that movie because it looks bad. Uh oh.
I'm just not holding down the button long enough.
Oops. Whoa.
Grapple beam.
What was I saying? Oh, the first major injury I ever had as a child was a concussion because above my bed were this rainbow pattern bookshelf that was just kind of like screwed into the wall with these very thin metal beams.
Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. And basically, Nick would come over to my house and we would like set up like battle scenes. Like, you know, we'd get all of our beast wars out and we'd like set them all up. And like, you know, we'd use, basically I had this like crown box that we'd like glued stuff to make the maximal base. You know, that like weird like dome ship they had.
Yeah.
It had a very 90s looking like case for pencils. And we basically turned that into a spaceship. And then we had some one of his toys was like a Robotech thing. I don't even know which like Robotech it was, but we would use that for the Predacon base.
Oh yeah.
And like we would set up these big battle sequences. I mean, obviously, you know, it's not like we were, you know, making them like do anything. We were just like setting.
Oh
up
yeah,
the
no, I
scene.
used to do that shit all the time. Like I'd just gather my toys and just kind of make
Yeah.
like a big like
Gunpla
diorama
kind of
almost.
stuff. Yeah, diorama. That's yes. So I would do that, and then we would so like I was setting everything up, and I decided to set up like all the he had the polar bear and a few others, and I should probably stress that for some reason my father thought it was aesthetically pleasing to put my grandmother's ancient.
Oh, thank God for that
collection.
tip. Thank you for that tip, actually, cool man. By the way,
Don't need to switch to
because that's
grapple.
super annoying.
Oh.
I can just point at it and just grapple. That's fun.
Oh,
That's-
perfect.
Yeah.
No.
Anyway,
so
what
I
were you
put the polar bear and a few others like on top, and the very top row, my father had basically put all of the heavy, comically large collection of like Encyclopedia Britannica from like 1812
Uh-huh.
or whatever on the top row, and that means that those tiny little metal rods that were screwed into the wall were already at maximum weight capacity. And all it required was maybe 1 to 2 pounds of plastic added to send the entire thing toppling down. So I set up all my Transformers up there. And then like I sat back down on the bed. And I was like, okay, so here's the, and then all of a sudden I hear crashing noise, and then Encyclopedia Britannica banged me right on the back of the head. I don't think I actually got a concussion, but for like I got my bell rung.
You definitely got
and
your
I was
bell
like,
rung a little bit.
it was one of those things where like, have you ever gotten like injured and just decided to not move afterwards?
Yes.
Like not out of fear or anything, but it's just like you hurt, so you just like, I wasn't playing dead. It was just like inert on the ground, just like, I was stun locked, my body was flashing. Oh my gosh.
Hurts.
Oh, another channel is doing Super Metroid right now? Well, tell them to come on in. Well, if they get bored, they can come on in, or if they finish up. Or maybe we can raid them if we don't finish tonight. We need to figure out how to do that. I don't know how. I feel like paying it forward after we got raided by mostly speaking Sentai.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I was covered in these ancient Encyclopedia Britannica just on my bed, just like crumpled.
Yeah.
Nick, instead of like checking on me, immediately ran out of the room.
He was just like, oh.
Nope. How many motorcycle incidences have I been in? or accidents, because I've been in a lot of motorcycle incidences. Well, let me tell you. But accidents, really just the one. I was in a four-wheeler crash when I was a kid, but I don't think that counts as a motorcycle incident. But my very first time on a four-wheeler, my dad was like, yeah, no, just like, like sit on it. Here's how you shift the gears. Just drive. And so I got into second gear, got scared, gunned it in second gear, and just went headlong into a like a tree. That was a bush. It wasn't a tree. Crashed into that, then went over the handlebars and like got flung into like some shrubbery. And I wasn't allowed to drive the motorcycle or the four-wheeler for a little bit afterwards. But yeah,
I wonder why.
I don't know. But listen, I'm fine. I became stronger after that. And then I was the person coaching people on how to drive the four-wheeler, which eventually led to my friend getting it. Those like little drainage ditches, little concrete like little alcoves. We were doing laps in this like ditch near my house on a four-wheeler. I got some redneck in me. So we were doing laps because like if you got it at a certain speed and then you hit the like the like slope of the ditch, it felt really fun because you're at an angle and you're really like you can cut the corners really well because there's like those divots and everything. Problem is, if you were going a little bit too close to the inside of the pool, there was like an exit pipe for a little like drainage tube. And like, so I did a few laps just going really fast and going over the concrete tube, not hitting it. Then my friend went on, and the wheel of the four-wheeler was perfectly the same size as the drainage pipe. So he came around the corner, hit that thing. The four-wheeler just dead stopped from however fast he was going. And I remember I wasn't looking at him. I was like talking to someone else. And I heard the loud crunch. And like I freaked out and looked back, and he's off the four-wheeler, which is now wedged inside of the thing. And I don't know how this happened. The handlebar on the four-wheeler got bent forward. Like he could not have been strong enough to be holding it, and when he hit, just bend the whole thing forward. But somehow the handlebar of the motorcycle or the four-wheeler was like J-shaped when it was a capital I before, if that makes any sense. Truly wild. My dad drove my dad's four-wheeler into a pond the first time I drove it. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's how you got to do it. I remember, no joke, my mom ran me over with the four-wheeler the first time she was riding it. She panicked, started to stall it out. I was like, oh no, that means the motorcycle is going to roll backwards. I tried to get off to help because I thought I weighed too much. I don't know why in my head I was like, if I get off, it'll be easier for her to drive. Got off backwards as it's rolling backwards. She ran over my leg, gunned it, ran over my leg again going forwards and up the hill.
Yeah, this one's a Heidi bastard.
Oh, this Metroid ID. You need to find it.
Yeah, he's hiding. I gotta find him. This one's annoying because he teleports, or he doesn't teleport, but he goes to different spots.
Oh.
Like as you're fighting him. Oops. Wrong button. Aha! Ow.
turned on my webcam there instead of turning on my mic.
I mean, I guess you could do that.
Oh, I just clicked the wrong button. I was muting myself because I was taking a sip of water. I didn't want the audience out there to hear me going. Oh, drink. I haven't learned how to swallow, and I'm 33 years old. I just kind of unhinged my jaw and hope for the best. First time my brother drove, he got stuck at the top of a tree. No joke. No joke. No joke. I don't know if you ever saw the picture, but like it was right around the time we were doing South End Boy stuff. But Taylor Brown got a text message from his sister, and it was just like, "Hey, Baba, I'm not going to be able to hang out for a while." And he was like, "Oh, what happened, little sister?" And she just sent a picture of the golf cart that like her stepdad owned.
Oh,
and it was wedged completely vertically up against the tree. And that was like her last response. And then eventually like heard what happened afterwards, and that she basically like she had driven up, got her wheel stuck on the tree, and then was like, "Oh no, well, I don't want to get in trouble for getting stuck on the tree. I know, I'll gun it. I'll just floor it as hard as I can." And then she just went straight up. Small tree, steep hill.
Ah.
All terrain is not airborne, unfortunately. They should be a lot more specific about what terrain all terrain is, you know?
What you're doing. Oh, there he goes. He's running away is what he's doing.
He was just trying to shake the ice off. Oh my gosh.
What the?
What? Oh, he's just gone. It's like, no more. I'm good. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't like this.
Oh, he went back to the other room. That's why it's still off. Oops. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh.
Hey, yep. Hey.
Oh. Yep. Oh, yep.
Oh.
Oh.
No.
Almost.
Oh. Phew. Hey, make yourself grow. Oh, there you
go. Oh, nope.
Ah,
Hasn't high enough.
What was my first exposure to Godzilla? I'm pretty sure it was a Hezai film. I don't know which one.
I think you've told your story on the podcast at one point, right?
Yeah,
like,
I remember
when you first joined. I think.
I remember the evening. I don't remember which movie it was. I'm 99% sure it was Ghidorah. I feel like that fight is in my head. I don't know if that was the first movie that played that night, but I definitely remember that. But my friend.
I don't know. Oh, I guess I could just do that.
Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah. Dang it! Shoot.
Right, where are you at?
I went to a it wasn't part of Boy Scouts, but it was like, I don't know, the local Boy Scouts would do like kind of these like attempts to try and get more people into the Boy Scouts by having non-Boy Scouts over to like watch movies and stuff. So my friend who was part of Boy Scouts let me like come to the event. It was basically like a sleepover, you know, of like a lot of like, what are those? Not moon pies, but the oh gosh, it's like little oatmeal cookies, like a bunch of little Debbie stuff and like, you know, popcorn and all that. And they were playing movies, and the one kid who was like, you know, the movie connoisseur, whose house we were at, he loved Godzilla. And I think that was like his #1 favorite thing, because that's A, all he talked about on the car ride to the event, and B, those were the only movies I remember watching. Although I'm pretty sure we also watched like some Are You Afraid of the Dark VHSs, but I definitely remember Ghidorah playing at one point.
Ah, da. Fuck you. Whoop.
Oh, it's just yeah. Actually, we've definitely talked about the origin story of Kyle and Rob.
Yeah.
But yeah, we out of college.
But like I was out of college.
Yeah, I guess I refer to it as my college era because it was like my first big boy job.
Yeah.
But like, I basically, I think Kyle and I met right when I basically was about to give up like doing creative stuff altogether.
That sounds quite right.
So that's like one thing I probably should stress is like when Kyle and I first met, I had kind of given up being a writer and I had befriended a few guys who wanted to write and film these little tiny like comedy sketches on YouTube. And I came up with the name called Bite Your Tongue Productions because the lead guy had this weird tick where every time he would laugh, he would literally stick out his tongue and bite it. But also because, you know, like Shakespeare, I thought it was funny. And
we thought we were clever.
I'm
saying.
And I remember the first day that we met was I had been called over to do a sketch called Naked Bushin. And at this point, I knew the two Taylors, and I knew that they were going to have a camera guy, and that was all I knew. So I show up, and there's this dude manning the camera, and I very quickly introduced myself, and he introduced himself back as Kyle.
Yeah.
And we started filming what was ultimately the most disastrous sketch I've ever been a part of. Like, at no point did a single thing go right. The tripod broke. The camera wasn't working at first. We couldn't figure out what the script was because we, like, wrote it as a joke, like the general idea of it, but we hadn't actually written it down. And what was essentially supposed to be, like, a 3-minute long sketch. A 3-minute long sketch ended up taking about 2.5 hours between phones going off, between us messing up lines, between like doing reshoots. And we didn't have a prop for Steve Buscemi because the entire premise was that I play an idiot. My friend also plays an idiot. And our one friend tries to use his phone to go, okay, Google, how do we do blank? Or how do we, oh, wait, is it Bill Paxton or Bill Pullman in Aliens? And so he says that, and we were immediately amazed by this technology that you can just, like, search for something on Google, right? By using your phone, by just saying, okay, Google. So the bit was supposed to be that we start shouting random things, and then eventually he explains how OK Google works. And then we go, OK Google, naked Steve Buscemi. And then by saying it 3 times, we summon naked Steve Buscemi like Beetlejuice into our room.
Into the room.
To which Kyle revealed his majestic Godzilla tattoo and saved the sketch, if I'm being honest. And that is online. We did actually edit that, but not as a sketch. Basically, Taylor was so upset with like how wrong everything went with every cut, but also couldn't stop laughing at all of our mistakes because it was like our third sketch that we had ever done, and everything up to that point had been like really bizarre one-shot jokes. But this was like our first like absolute failure when we realized we might actually need to start script writing. I remember the first time we properly hung out was when we were about to film like the very first segment of South End Boy for the Discount Friend Emporium, where I play like a used car salesman selling myself to people.
Yeah.
That was like our first time properly hanging out, of which I spent 90% of the time just being like, I can't believe how poorly this is going. Like, we just did such a horrible job. We're not. What's going on? Oh, I'm so bad. I was so grumpy that day.
You were.
Truly. Like, I do regret how grumpy I got. But I was also. I've grown a lot since then, I think.
I just remember like trying to like I kept going over to you and being like, hey Rob, are you alright? Because I remember like you were just so upset. I could see it, and I was like, I don't want him to be upset. Like, Rob, are you okay? And once again,
fine,
we'd only met like
this
one time before that. Really. Like,
well, I think we both like were very aware immediately of how poorly everything was going.
yeah.
Like, that was like the very first conversation we had was just like, how have we not planned anything for this sketch?
Yes.
How are we still writing? How are we still writing stuff to this like very minute?
Yeah, like we're on set and things are being written.
I had finished script revisions for like the sketches that I was in charge of, but then the other guy wanted to be like the director for it, and just I don't know, man. It got weird. It got weird fast. But yeah, no. That was when we first like actually communicated, and I was like, okay, yeah, this Kyle guy's pretty cool. He can hang. He can chill. He's like, we're simpatico in our frustrations.
Yeah.
And then I think after that, I mean, either you had just gotten married or were just about.
I was about to get married. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we celebrated your birthday, and that was
Yes.
the first time I met Marissa.
Yeah. That's definitely where you first met Marissa.
Yeah.
Hey, Will. How's it going?
Hey, welcome.
Welcome to the stream, where I try not to die. This game is not easy. All right, where am I going? I guess I should go down this elevator that's over here somewhere. How do I get in there? Is there a way in there? Rob, I don't know if you know, but you're muted.
Oh, sorry, I muted myself for a second to
okay.
drink water.
I was just making sure you knew that you were muted.
Cameron and I met first, actually.
I can't go down there.
That's Cameron. I'm the connecting joint between Cameron and Kyle.
Yes.
Back in high school, I was friends with a tap dancer. And he had a handful of like D&D friends that he had known for a very, very long time. One of them was one of the guys who actually ended up being part of the Bite Your Tongue continuity in the background, at least, of at least one sketch, because he was the roommate. Thomas, not
okay.
Clayton. Nice
Clayton?
Thomas, not Tech Bro Thomas.
Oh, okay.
That's the nicest way I can think to describe it. Yeah, one day I was hanging out with Zeke, and he said, hey, I have some friends I want you to run a D&D game for. Come meet them at, like, half-price books next to your house. So I showed up. And the first thing was there was a cute girl there. So obviously I put all of my attention and focus on her. But in the process of trying to be really impressively funny the whole time, I accidentally ended up like befriending the other person who was there, Cameron, because it turns out 99% of my jokes work really well when I like bounce off of someone else, and Cameron and I just immediately like synced with our humor, like. Just immediately we're doing extremely dumb bits about superheroes and stuff like that. So, like, I mean, I think almost immediately, like, I talked to the cute girl once or twice after that. Maybe a handful more times. But the point is, me and Cameron became, like, lifelong buds immediately.
Yeah, where the hell is this Metroid? My thing's going off saying it's right here, but I can't fucking find it.
Try shooting these guys. Is it them?
Oh, that black square?
Metroid?
Okay. So it's over here and then up. Okay. Okay, so it's up here. This other area.
Bombing.
Ah, there it is. Get out of here!
He's like, no, please! Well, thank you. What? Blast him! Blast him! I do love that it has a special animation for when you shoot, like, land on top of it. Just like... Damn, but has this Metroid just taken a really long time? Is it just because he, like, transports, or is this a different one?
This is a different one. This is the second one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That's why he was telling me to go back, because I'd started leaving the area, and he was like, no, you haven't gotten it yet.
Wait.
Oh. So the reason for Coleman leaving is Coleman had another podcast. I think they're starting back up again. And he just got too busy with it, honestly. Like, our schedules weren't lining up, and then he was just like, he was throwing all of his heart and soul into that other podcast, and so he just was like, well, I'm gonna leave. I don't have time to do it anymore. And I was like, well, I still want to do it. And so he transferred control over to me, and then I was like, well, I'm not gonna speak to the ether by myself, so I was like, oh, I think Rob would be fun for this because he likes trash, and a lot of kaiju movies aren't the greatest films in the world, and then I knew Cameron as well, and Cameron had expressed interest when I was talking about the podcast back in the day, at one point being like, oh yeah, I really like, I'm into Ultraman and stuff, and I was like, oh cool, and I was like, I have no connection to Ultraman, so I would like to have someone that has that connection, because I know Ultraman is such a big part of the community, and it's just not something I'm familiar with. And then I asked Marissa if she wanted to join, and she said okay. And so
she said, "Please don't make me." And then you dragged her kicking and screaming to my house.
It'll be fine, and so she came. But his podcast is about Animorphs, the Animorphs book series. I can't remember if they finished or if they. I'm pretty sure he told me the other day that they're starting back up to actually finish the series, because I think they did.
I think they stopped. I thought they stopped pretty close to around when we jumped on together, because I think by that point they were. No, well,
I'm not sure.
I don't remember when they.
His podcast is Thought Speak, by the way, in case you're interested. So check it out. So, but yeah, so it was definitely a no hard feelings situation. Like, it was just kind of he didn't have time, and he and I have the kind of friendship where we like to push each other's buttons. And unfortunately, sometimes on the podcast, or I'm sure some of you guys noticed this, it came off kind of like
the
we were angry at
Shin
each other.
Godzilla era.
Yeah, like we hated each other or whatever. That wasn't really the case. Like that never really happened. But, ow, ow, ow.
Nice.
So it made sense for us to stop. And like I said, I didn't want to stop completely because I enjoy talking about the stuff, and obviously I felt like we had covered a lot. We were still really early in the podcast, so I was like, God, there's still so much that I need to talk about, or that I haven't checked out yet, and I want to talk about it, or I want to check it out for myself.
Yeah.
So yeah. Honestly, you know, he's said it to me privately, but like, you know, I think it was the best decision for Tokyo Lives in general. I think that like, when we got the new cast, we really picked up steam. We kind of got a new identity behind us.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things that we kind of like, you know, I mean we talked about it a lot. Like when we were first starting out, we kind of like when we were kind of like fine tuning like the process. One of the things that like I kind of thought was really important is like, how does the dynamic work between all of us? Like how do we communicate? And you know, like, admittedly, like, you know, I one of the things I was really excited about was like, well, you know, Kyle and I can kind of come from things from a very like film nerd perspective. Kyle obviously a lot better than I can because he actually went to college for it. And I can like, you know, look at things from a very fresh take. And I have, you know, like definitely like a more of a narrative background, I think, but like. And then obviously with like Cameron being more joke centric, like basically every like co-host has some energy they can play off of with another co-host. You know, and I think that dynamic was something that like early on we noticed and that we really wanted to kind of prioritize as like, you know,
for sure.
what we wanted to do. Because like, you know, I think one of the reasons that like we're one of the long-lasting like podcasts and specifically kaiju podcasts out there is that we do genuinely just have a lot of fun hanging out and talking with each other.
Yeah.
And like I joined right at the tail end of 2015, I think, or 2016. Is that it?
Oh God, I can't remember because it was the first episode of a year.
Yes,
the host, it was either at the very end of a year or like the first episode of the next year.
Yeah, I remember we recorded it in the November before it came out. We like there was like a break between you and Coleman leaving and us joining.
Yes, yeah, there was definitely a little bit of a break.
And I think it came out that December because I remember listening to our first episode on a road trip up to see my girlfriend's family.
Yeah. Oh, I remember. That's a part of the story I forgot.
2017.
I forgot to tell. Actually, there's another reason why I picked them as hosts because we actually technically had a mini Tokyo Lives episode.
Oh my gosh,
before
that's
they
right.
joined because we called it Tokyo Talks, which is funny because that's now what we call our chat.
Yeah.
But what it was is we actually recorded. We all ended up going to go see Shin Godzilla together.
Literally accidentally in the same theater.
Yeah. So yeah, Rob and I went to the same theater. We like planned it, and then Cameron was like, "Oh, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to go." And then it turns out, like, he was there. He was in the same theater as us. It was hilarious, for sure. Oh, I just need the stupid. Yeah, I need the Metroid to do this part. Anyway, spoilers. Baby Metroid is in this game. So that was another reason why I knew that I thought that we would work as hosts is because we literally had a episode that, while unreleased, was a lot of fun to record, and we had a blast making it. Just a lot of technical difficulties because we didn't really know what we were doing.
We basically were running several mics on different computers, and a DSLR camera.
Yes.
Not even. No. it was my like little handy cam.
Oh yeah, that's
So it was
right.
like low film quality. I wasn't even using the the bite your tongue camera. I was just
Right.
using my personal camera.
And it was like, and it was also like
It
a
would
camera
shut off
that-
every 15 minutes. So I had to
Yep.
keep getting up. So like I was trying to edit the clips together, and you like I started like lining up all the clips, and they literally start with like sections where you'd see me standing in front of the camera, or you'd see like Cameron standing off to one side, being like, I know, I'll be home soon. I'm sorry. I just like
Oh yeah.
we just started recording the episode.
Cameron
Sorry,
and his,
I don't know.
his ex,
Yes.
who was a little controlling,
She was-
to say the least.
Well, she was. I mean, admittedly, yeah. She. I don't want to.
I'm not. I don't want to talk ill of her. I was just.
We can't talk. Yeah. But I remember specifically, like, yeah, like he, you know, like because we were recording, he hadn't looked at his phone in like an hour because we were just talking.
Right, because we
so
were
much.
just we were having a blast. We were just like talking about shit and just having a great time.
The lull.
and
Oh
then
my gosh.
At one point, we just looked. Yeah, he looked up at his phone and it was like, oh shit.
Uh-oh.
She's tried to
Hold
get a
on,
hold
I
of
gotta-
me like 20 times, and it's like, uh-oh.
Sorry, I put my phone on silent because I didn't want to interrupt the podcast. That was like, yeah, we were gonna do like because it was Tokyo Lives, and then I pitched like, oh yeah, we could do like a thing that we like the video versions we'll call Tokyo Talks. And now here we are, like, you know, 4 years later with Signals, San Francisco Lives, and all that stuff, you know.
Yep.
But yeah, we recorded that like, you know, this rambling 2-hour plus
Oh, God,
long
yeah, I
episode.
have no idea how long it ended up being. 'Cause
Uh,
it was, we were I mean, we were having a great time, but like we had
Yeah.
no like format. That was kind of the point. We were just like
Yeah.
just there to talk about Shin, and just like it was our first, like, right when we got out of the theater, we went straight back to your house. So it was like
Yeah.
our first impressions and like really talking about it. And it was funny because like you really hadn't had any real experience with Godzilla other than maybe that one Heisei film and then my birthday.
Yeah.
But you were so busy on my birthday, so like this was like one of your first, and it's such a, to be fair, a very bizarre movie to start your Godzilla journey on.
It felt so slow, and like I remember like leaving and being like, oh my gosh, you know, just like, man, I don't know. But like I definitely have softened on my views of it. But yeah, like I remember, yeah, that was, so we did that, and then like, yeah, I don't remember exactly how much later it was after that, but you asked like, would you join? And it came, no joke, at literally the perfect time, because I think it was like in the following March, the company, because my company was already going under, the company I was with, and they were frantically letting people go. And they kept basically pulling me aside and be like, oh, we don't know. We might have to. We might not. We don't know. And if you were here for earlier in the stream, you'll remember me saying that I gave up on all creative endeavors to be a part of this job. Which is a bad idea. Don't do that. Don't let your, like, there's no reason to ever be a salary man or believe that you ever owe like a company that much. But we, at the end of that, I remember listening to the like episode, and then suddenly I was unemployed, like, you know, months later, and it was like Tokyo Lives was like the thing I did.
Yeah.
And like, frankly, it's like kind of what brought me back into doing anything creative. Like, I mean, the Bite Your Tongue stuff, I did do some writing, but it was so frustrating because of like me not being listened to at all against the, you know, the Taylors, who kind of like wanted very much to be like film school directors about everything and be in charge, even though like we were just a bunch of idiots standing around and making dumb sketch humor. So I don't know why it was such like a control freak issue for them, but
well,
c'est la vie.
Too early. Damn.
Uh-oh. But yeah, we joined up together, and then I remember, yeah, like it was just a very, very good thing to have in my life. So I really appreciate like Tokyo Lives and the community that we formed over the last few years. It's been really nice, like to meet up with a lot of, you know, like-minded individuals and like to just generally like hang out with y'all. It's been a lot of fun. And y'all, I mean, and y'all in a global sense. You too, Kyle. Sorry, I need to catch up on the chat. Oh, gosh.
Oh yeah, go back and read
Had your podcast last that long. Toward details. I started dating during listening to.
Damn it! Can't get the time.
About the Nemesis.
Oh, Nemesis? Oh yeah.
Out of 3, and I kept listening to more episodes. Wow! So there's only 3 people or 3 podcasts that talk about Nemesis, huh?
That's surprising. I mean, it's such a big, like book series. I think I feel.
That's fair, but I guess it is kind of in like a niche subject matter, you know?
That's true. Yeah.
And hey, groundskeeping work. Hell yeah. But no, I really enjoy it. I enjoy the process of like, oh, yeah, got him. Oh, nice. Woo. Got him. But yeah, yeah, it's been a fun ride. Anyway, I guess that's the end of
That's the story.
The end of Tokyo Lives. So I hope
That's
you all
the end.
enjoyed our. This is the last thing we're doing together, and then we're retiring the podcast. Do we have any idea how long we want to keep the podcast going? I don't
As
know.
long
we don't
as
have
we
an
have
end date.
stuff to do.
Frankly, I like doing it. I could definitely see myself kind of like, maybe like in the future, like slowing down with like some of these episodes, like especially when we end up with like 4 in a month.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
those are the months where it's like, oh shoot, every weekend is going to be a Tokyo Lives weekend,
Yeah,
Especially
well, I mean,
because
it's
like I'm also doing
signals.
streaming.
Part of the thing with signals too, though, is that like part of the idea behind signals was that you could get it done and then you didn't have to worry about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like where you could get ahead of yourself. Whereas lately, you haven't been able to get ahead of it, so like it's like, oh shit, I'm recording sometime next month.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
once you're able
the-
to get a little ahead of things, like I think it'll be a little bit better.
Oh no, and like I do want to like kind of start doing that where I'm able to with like signals get a little bit more loosey goosey with things.
It's just
I think with Ava, like I felt like a weight to do something, and then it just so happens I have a lot more to say about it now that I'm at the end of it with like life circumstances and with like really kind of like dissecting the show in like a like trying to find meaning in it outside of just like the show itself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean like I could see myself like maybe making signals simpler or like maybe at some point being like, okay, well I'm working on like an audiobook right now, and like if I can start to get back to editing it, like I could see myself like maybe like stepping back and like, okay, well I'll do like 3 episodes a month for sure, but or like I'm definitely gonna like, or I'll but for right now, I don't know, I don't see myself wanting to quit anytime soon. It's been really fun, and like
once again, it's like
especially
we have so much stuff that we haven't even like gotten anywhere near. Like it's just that there's a lot of where am I going? Oh, I'm going back that way. That's right. Okay.
Yeah. We are nowhere near the end of Tokyo Lives, barring catastrophe or podcast no longer being,
maybe at some point if we lost like a little steam or something, like we feel like we need to take a break or something, like I can see that happening. I just don't think like,
but
I don't think us like
not anytime
stopping
soon.
completely is gonna happen anytime soon.
Yeah. Some of the things we do want to do in the future is diversify a little bit.
Yeah.
Whether that be talking about like more Sentai shows, Ultraman shows, that kind of stuff in a non-signals format.
Yeah, there's
And
a
just
lot
like
of
generally like giant robots. There's a million other giant things, or even just monster movies in general.
I mean,
I
we just
know.
got 3 more that we never thought we were gonna get. I mean, we literally just had a conversation
True.
about it when we talked about Daimajin in the new Yokai War movie. We were like, man, I mean, those movies are kind of impossible to find in the States, so I don't know if we'll ever be
Yeah.
able to cover them. And then we get the announcement today, and it's like, oh well, there you go. That's 3 more episodes, or 4 technically, once we get the release of the new one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. Like we said, or like Rob was saying, diversifying is definitely for sure something that's going to happen soon. I think.
Yeah.
I think
Like,
we've just
I
got
could
so much
see-
content that we've got to go over that, like, for instance, Signals is not going to be covering some of the Ultraman stuff when it's very, like, actually story-based, like, very story-heavy. So, like, stuff like Geed and stuff like that, we may cover as actual episodes because it's actually, like, a cohesive plot, and there's not as many one-off episodes.
Oh, there's 4 movies in it? Oh, nice. That's one thing that,
Wait,
like,
is there?
I
It
think...
said 3.
I've only... Yeah, the images only showed 3 DVDs, so I might be wrong. In a dark future where all kaiju podcasts are illegal. I would do that as a commercial. I would absolutely do that. Ultraman Z is a short-run show that I think you could turn into just a proper episode, as opposed to like doing Signals. One thing that might be fun in the future is kind of like swapping things up, where it's like, if we start to run out of kaiju movies ever, we could like do Signals more frequently and do like Lives as like the big end of month special. There are iterations upon iterations of Tokyo Lives forever, like if we want to
real quick, Ultraman Z, well, we don't have a Blu-ray set of it yet, and I mean it's taken off of the YouTube page, so you can't even watch them anymore. So like until we get a box set of it, we're not gonna cover it. And then also, Rob, entertain the troops. I'm gonna take a quick little break real quick. I'll be right back.
But yeah, I mean, there's a million things we can still do. Are they all like translate? I mean, I guess there's like bootleg copies for sure, but I don't think the like proper episodes are still available. Oh, really? The official channel has them all? Dang. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to talk to Kyle about that. I do really like Ultraman Z. I think it's a really fun show, and I think that like it's something that's would be a lot of fun to talk about. Maybe doing like, and again, there's so many iterations, there's so many versions of Tokyo Lives in the multiverse out there, I guess. That would be pretty fun to like start to experiment and figure out what direction we want to take the show in the future. Oh, perfect. Okay, so yeah, I guess Ultraman Z is technically available. Well, that's rad. It's not next month. Next month is Cameron, and the month after is me. And spoilers, I guess, for September, but September is going to be kid-friendly month. Yeah, like that. But yeah, we have like a lot of fun things. The Lives verse, yeah, the Tokyo verse, Tokyo universe. Yeah, I need to the TL verse. Yeah, like we've talked about in the past. Like it'd be fun to do something with like giant robots. It'd be fun to do something with like TV shows that's more like episode by episode with like faster, shorter turnarounds. Because like with this Ava thing, I'm kind of like Rob band into the Rob verse. Yeah, there we go. That's basically just my life, though. That's me sinking into insanity every night. Shoot, dang. Had that knee brace on too tight. But yeah, I don't know. I think as long as we want to keep experimenting, we're going to find new and wacky ways to entertain y'all. I think I'm more of the like the one that's like into like what can we do next that's weird and new of the group. But like I think if we ever got tired of doing Tokyo Lives, that we would keep hanging out and like yes do like Into the Trashverse probably. I eat all the garbage. And like, if we were to ever get tired of doing this, I don't think we get tired of each other's company. So I think that whatever we would do would be us still hanging out, still being nerds, still talking about the things that we love. And I think with like, regardless of formula, because formula can change, setup can change, that can all change, but like the core is the 3 to 4 of us, depending on who's available. Um, all really enjoying each other's company and being like dorks about something. Um, and yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I don't know about mecha movies. I my hesitation with like mecha being the next angle as opposed to like just doing a monster podcast is that like a lot of the mecha stuff I know is all TV shows, and that would kind of necessitate us swapping out how we do things a little bit more. Whereas like there's so many monster movies out there. Oh my gosh. We could absolutely like going back to like, Toronto Lives or San Francisco Lives. There are so many small monsters out there. um so I mean, I think if we were to decide like, okay, we have almost run out of monster movies or monster books or whatever, or giant monsters. If we were to pick one as the next topic, it might be just monsters. Although I don't like horror all that much because I'm a big baby coward. So I don't know. If I had my druthers, if I was, if I the Blue Ranger got to finally take over, it might like if we were at the end of doing Tokyo Lives episodes, just get more signals heavy and just be more episodic, week by week of watching these shows and talking about them. But again, like I think the most important thing is that we're just gonna like, I don't know, just keep vibing, just keep going ahead with what we're doing and having fun with it, Oh, there's 2 frozen pies. Oh, hell yeah, he made it back. Sushi. Oh, the Banh Mi place closed. I'm sorry, bro. There's a Banh Mi place next to my house that I love, 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 called 24/7, and the sandwiches you can dip in like it's like a French style sandwich. I don't know what the name of those things are. Where you can dip the sandwich in the au jus. They had one that you could dip your banh mi into like a pho stock. The thing just closed down last week. Closed down last week. Also, welcome home, bud. Hey, my friend just made it back from France. He's visiting his family. George Westmore. Should I talk to that guy? Yeah, whatever. There we go. So. Oh, owie. Okay. So I banged up my Rob, change of plan. Clifford the big red dog. Delayed. Oh no. No. Oh wait, pulled. What? Is this real? Is this legit? What the hell? Oh no. Oh no. Uh Oh my gosh. Okay. Hold on. I got to message the chat. Uh-oh. What am I going to do? Delayed permanently? Like, what's going on? I've never seen. We're right up on the release date. Uh. uh. Big news. Big news. No, not Muse. I keep writing Muse. What? Oh my gosh. Clifford the Big Red Dog pulled from Paramount release schedule. Paramount Pictures has curbed its September 17th release of Clifford the Big Red Dog, the CGI live action take on the beloved child lit character. I mean, childhood literature, I guess, but kid lit. We hear the studio is looking for a more family-friendly release date for the pick, which also had been announced as a gala presentation, Toronto Film Festival, blah blah. It's unclear whether it still would be the premiere there. There's no mention of the movie on the festival site. Whoa! Clifford's full trailer released in June, and it was met with online criticism about the title Mega K9's odd color and smaller size. Comparison with his depiction of the Norman Bildwell classic books. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, man. Huge change of plans. I don't even know what to make of this right now. Uh, huh. Okay. Well, I don't know what to do. September was supposed to be Kids Month, and now I don't know. Should I just make it another trash month? Huh. Wow. Okay. Well, uh, I guess uh, I'll talk to Kyle. Joe has specifically asked for Mighty Kong to be on a vote as opposed to just straight up used in an episode. So he wants to leave it up to fate if we ever cover the Mighty Kong, unfortunately. So thank you for accepting it. Like, yeah, okay. I mean, that's um, shoot, man. Well, I don't know what to do now. One second. I'm gonna drink some water. Okay. So, well, okay. Well, Kyle hasn't seen the news yet, and Cameron is offline, so he has definitely not seen it. Cold Belly showed up. Hell yeah. I'm glad it's safe. Man. Well, shoot. I don't know. Kyle. Kyle. Kyle.
Hey guys, I'm just finishing getting
Kyle.
myself something to munch on, and I had to
Kyle,
put
we
Garrus to
got-
sleep, so I will
Kyle,
be right back.
Kyle, we got an emergency. Kyle! I don't think he heard me. Oh no. I thought Joe said he would add it. Oh, man. Well, man. Well, yep. Time. Let's go look at. Let's pull some Sonic OCs here. As a reminder, here's the winner from last round. Let me go ahead and post this to you guys, just so you have it. There we go. Okay. Shoot. Yeah, I don't really know what to do with next month now. Shoot. You know what? Whatever. I'm gonna stick to the original plan for September, regardless of if the big red man shows up or not. You know, because like honestly, next month is gonna get rough. We're doing both ends of Evangelion back to back, and I'm sick, and it's going to be a pretty emotional episode of Signals. And then after that, to do End of Ava immediately after and try and like dissect and understand that story, it's gonna be a lot. So having a little break afterwards would be pretty ideal. Oh, my phone is ringing. Who's ringing me? Boop, boop, boop. Oh, yeah. I'm just going to go ahead and just do it. I'm just going to do it. I don't want to, but I'm going to find some crutches to help me walk around. Kyle? 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 Kyle?
Yes, I am back.
Kyle, we have some really bad news.
Oh no. What happened?
Check the Facebook business chat.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm so sorry.
I don't like the sound of this.
I'm really sorry.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to do this to you.
What's
I know.
happening?
I know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No!
Ah!
No!
Dang
Oh,
it.
well,
There
it's
go our
okay.
plans for September. I mean, are you
Yeah.
okay with still doing a child-friendly month?
No, save that. So just come up with a new thing for September for sure. Because I
Okay.
think... I mean, I know we could probably find more than 2 things to talk about for kids' movies, but I'd rather save it for Clifford because I think that's perfect.
You know,
You know,
there's plenty of trash out
there's
there.
plenty of twash.
Plenty of garbage. Maybe we could
And
take a little to a
to be fair,
trash mountain.
they are very much right to delay that. Yeah, Delta, the Delta variant. I read a whole thing today about how scary it is.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's
2 of my friends who
it's-
are, by the way, they're okay. This is not a don't get a vaccine thing. This is a keep wearing a mask thing and like taking precaution thing. But 2 of my friends who are vaccinated have gotten COVID.
Oh shit.
And they are sick. So, but they're not like, they don't have to go to the hospital.
No,
It's
no,
literally
they
like
just have
a
COVID.
cold.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, like, you know, like compared to some of the stuff we were seeing happening to people, they haven't lost their smell, they haven't lost their taste, you know, they're not having a hard time breathing, you know.
Yeah.
It's just
It's just
bad
bad news. It's just
Yeah. So If you haven't, please get a shot, because every person who gets a shot gets us closer to herd immunity, which gets us ever so closer to us not having like a super Delta variant or something.
Yep. I don't even know why I'm doing that. All right. Anyway. Excuse me.
Gosh.
Yeah.
These, yeah, they're really getting these.
Let's see. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing okay? How many
Well,
people
we're
do
all
we have in
pretty
the stream?
We got 5. We're all very sad. We're all very obviously sad about our big boy Clifford missing. You know, man, I'm really excited for Child Friendly Month because I've got a lot of really good movies. I, in fact, had too many movies to pick from, so
Yeah.
maybe now I can actually do one of the less child friendly ones and still find some garbage for y'all. Some trash. BRB, 1 second.
He's not here, but he'll answer that when we get back. Godzilla's Revenge in '98. Man, that would be a night for sure. Whoa, too far, too far. Yeah, that actually probably is correct as far as Shin Ultraman's concerned. I agree. That's probably, Ooh, yeah, be careful in Florida. Yeah, I've only heard bad things about how the vaccination is going over there, for sure. Not great. Not great. Yeah, we're pretty good in New Mexico here, but yeah, it's... Now, cool man. People can have profile pics of stuff they haven't seen. Actually, I don't even know if his stuff is... Will, what is your profile picture from? Which Ultraman?
Ow, wow. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Ooh, man, I have to, like, hobble everywhere in the house. It hurts so bad.
That's no bueno.
No good.
Yeah, you had a couple of questions. One question for you in the chat about their COVID. Did they have COVID before, or like before the vaccine?
One of them I don't know. I haven't
Yeah.
asked him. The other for sure, like, did not get sick pre this round of COVID. So I don't know, but he got his vaccination, which is why he kind of like stopped taking precautions and did like a few shows, because you can't be in Austin and not be a musician of some variety.
Yeah.
CT is every vaccine. Oh, Connecticut? How is Connecticut? By the way, people, tell me where I should move. I would like to not be in Texas anymore. Hey Rob, check this out. When you made a joke character, the campaign turns out to be as he expected. The first time in his life, Sonic is devoid of humor. For the first time in his life, Sonic truly understands the meaning of war. Yeah, that's accurate. How's Michigan? Is Michigan good? These are all air casts. I could straight up just get a boot. That'd be funny. Oh, man. I'm just gonna get full support for... Yeah, there we go.
What's that?
Oh, nothing. Sorry, I'm talking out loud. I'm looking for braces to get some jacked up leg.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna get like an ankle wrap, and then I'm gonna get a crutch so that I can just like hobble around the house a little bit easier. Literally, I have to walk like clubfoot right now, where I have to like walk on the like outside of my foot, like pinky foot side is the only thing I can step on without hurting. Replace Rob? No, you won't. No one's replacing me. I'm irreplaceable. So I'll yeah,
I can't go in there yet. It's too hot. There's lava.
try and cool yourself off. Try fanning yourself.
Yeah, I've got to go find the next upgrade thing.
Oh, a next stronger suit.
Yeah. Or something. There's something I'm missing, because there's a lava pit there, and I can't go in there, even though there's a Metroid there.
Oh.
So.
Pew, 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 pew.
So, this way. Oh shit, you right. I didn't even think of that.
There's no gravity suit in this area.
It's not to the next
girlfriend?
area. He's right. I gotta go.
My girlfriend's trying very, very, very subtly to ask another friend in a group chat what kind of food they like because she wants to buy them a birthday gift. So it's just like completely out of left field. Like the first conversation, literally the conversation was like, "Oh yeah, you know, like I'm worried about this mask stuff, and like you know, my boyfriend's family is just like you're not really taking it seriously, and they haven't gotten their vaccinations yet." Blah blah blah. There's all this stuff, all that back and forth, and then like the girlfriend just like comes in and is like, "Wow, that's really tough. Anyway, does anyone like have any favorite foods or anything? I don't know, just talking about foods."
I love it. Oh, also, Rob, we have a lot of people watching the stream right now.
Oh, hey, hello.
That's what I was asking, because I was like, you know, I'm like contemplating, I'm like, how much longer should I play? Like, you know, I'm like wide awake. It's only like 9 o'clock here, but I know it's 10 over there. And
10:30. I'm still feeling good. I do like that's the thing. I'm mostly curious about moving into the northwest in general, or sorry, northeast. Yeah, northeast in general, just because like everything's interconnected, and like 90% of the places that I've visited that I like are essentially connected by like 2 train lines. So like if I were to move somewhere up there and then decide I want to take like a vacation to another one of my favorite cities, I could hop on an train and just like go. And like I'm gonna tell you, boys, I'm done with airplanes.
yeah,
Train travel for me for the rest of my life. I'm a train man. I was born and raised to be on trains.
am I gonna have to, when we go to G Fest eventually, am I gonna have to book you a train ticket instead of a plane ticket?
I guess okay. Well, because there's probably no way a train is going to get to.
No, there is. There's a straight train
What?
that goes from Texas to Chicago. Absolutely.
What?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I gotta do some Google searching because that's rad.
That's how I got home. So the first year I went to G Fest, I got into a horrible car accident on my way back, and you know, I was fine. Like no like actual like, you know, I didn't get hurt or anything, but it was
yeah.
completely totaled my car, and so I had to get back. So my grandparents paid for my train ticket because that was the only way to get me back.
Oh my god. Gosh, we're gonna do some math. Burn in hell. Because like, okay, like obviously the west is super pretty, like Pacific Northwest.
Oh yeah.
I have some friends in Salem, and I have some friends in Portland. So like, wow, that's really beautiful. However, Portland is like the one place that isn't like comically racist.
Yeah.
Like Deliverance level of like, you know, like backwoods kind of stuff in the entire state. People give the South a bad name, but let me tell you, The Manifest Destiny 2.0 of those white nationalists that moved out to like the Pacific Northwest, straight up, like those guys are serious. They're serious business. I think I will Clockwork Orange Rob until he likes GVK. So,
What?
So I'm just gonna go ahead and say it's not the first time I've been threatened. I've grown hard now.
Got him. That was close.
Starting to feel bad for these poor little Metroids. I mean, I guess I was already feeling bad for them at the very beginning. But listen, I like all the fight scenes. I'll tell you what, if you took all of the fight sequences, if you edited out literally every human element from that and just made it like a 40-minute long music video of like monsters fighting and Kong looking confused as he's getting punched in the face.
Especially
Best
if it's a music
movie.
video to that wolf song that was the Japanese.
Yo, yeah. Throw that in there. Throw some like 80s, like I need a hero. Holding out for a hero till the end of the night.
Ow.
Throw in some of that. Throw in some jam rocks, some Linkin Park. Get that in there.
Hell yeah.
When Godzilla, during round 3, when Godzilla's just trouncing Kong, just crawling in my skin.
Also,
Some of
look, I understand. I get it. But I just want to say it. That's the one thing about the MonsterVerse that is so absolutely great. Is there is, right now, even just with the 4 movies that we have, there is a movie for everyone. There is literally... I completely understand anyone disliking some of them, and I completely understand people liking the others. You know what I mean? I understand people that love Kong Skull Island as their favorite, I get it. I understand people who really like 2014. I understand people who really like GVK. It's a great franchise
They're wrong.
because of that.
GVK people are wrong, obviously. But yeah, everyone else has a valid opinion.
I don't know, man. We joked, not even in retrospect with GVK, but something I thought about after seeing Fast 9. We used to, when we reviewed GVK, we brought up, people like the Fast and the Furious, just action all the time. It's what? GVK actually did have some plot in comparison to the Fast 9, which had barely anything.
I guess I just like the dumb human stuff better in Fast 9 because it's so obviously bad.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, I don't know, it feels like there's the skeleton of something really interesting that's missing.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah.
There's something, I can feel that there's something that's been removed from the product. And as I'm watching it, I'm aware of what isn't there. Whereas when I watch Fast 9, I'm like, they put literally everything that they wanted. There's nothing is held back.
Nothing is gone.
All absolute garbage, There's zero studio interference in every Fast and the Furious movie.
Oh, of course not, because Vin Diesel does
It's
that
the only
for
one-
the studio.
Yeah, no, I'm going to say
He
because
interferes for
it's-
the studio.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I
There's too
found
much
out?
Vin Diesel.
Speaking of that, did you know that there's actually a counter on set that counts how many times the characters take hits?
What?
And it can't the heroes have to do more outward damage than the villains.
They take. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
knew that was written into scripts. I didn't know there was
Oh,
the
yeah.
choreographer.
There's someone on set that is actually counting that at all times.
Walks in, he just fires a gun into the air. That's enough. Vin Diesel's been punched 3 times.
Yep. I wish I was kidding.
That's amazing. No, I mean I knew it was written into the scripts that they literally couldn't ever A, lose, and B, ever look like they were weak. That's the thing. I kind of wish there were more Triple X movies. I'm sad that that franchise didn't take off as a second worst Fast and the Furious. Bomb? Missile? Wave?
I believe this is an enemy that I have to fight later, but not yet. I think I just have to go from the other side. Ow! Ow! Oh! Well, I can grapple beam him. Oh, you're right. I didn't even try.
Oh, that makes
I didn't even try. I didn't even aim at it.
I have not rewatched GGK yet. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I think I've sussed it out. I'm not exactly like a like super.
Oh, that is the enemy I have to fight later. Fuck that thing.
It's like, Owie, why did you do that? I was napping.
That's one of the 2 bosses that they added in this game.
Oh, that's cool.
That's a cool boss. It's a really fun boss. Very hard, but really fun. I feel like I could say that for this entire game.
The more north you go, the more loud and proud you have to be with your like racism in your small town. Whereas, like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, there's plenty of loud and proud racists down south too, but they kind of like expect it. That's like the norm. It's like, you know, listen here.
I need speed boost.
Me and Jim are gonna go down to the local Waddy Burger, talk about racial purity, you know. But like, they don't need to worry about, like, you know, advertising to the people around them that they're racist. But then you go up north, and you're in a blue state. Man, you have got to let every single person know that not only are you here to own the libs, you're here to like say it as loud and proud as possible. So
yes.
When you get to like a small town up like north, you're gonna see way more Confederate flags.
Yeah,
you're, like, down here in
surprisingly.
Texas.
So we opened a secondary drive-in. It's the only other one that we opened up in Spokane, Washington, which is like right outside of Seattle. And like they were telling me when they were up there, like it was like full on Trump country, like and like
because
they didn't expect it though. Yeah, they were like, you know, it's right next to Seattle, but I guess if you really think about it, it's like, you know, you're right next to a very blue area, so what's going to be on the outskirts? A very red area. Yeah.
I mean, you see
it
in Austin a lot. Like,
for sure.
Specifically, like in this most recent, you know, push of owning the libs media, where they tried to run Biden off the road. But like, there are dudes who drive up from, you know, Utah and like Dripping Springs with their big old trucks with their Trump flags and their American flags hanging off the back.
Fuck.
And they just, like, you know, they'll peel out in the middle of downtown, you know. Mm-hmm. They'll race through our streets because they think, like, I'm in a blue city and I'm going to stick it to them. I'm going to make them learn a lesson.
I can't get up there.
Maybe get in there.
It's okay. Everything that I skip, I can just go back once I get the freaking screw attack, and I can space jump all over the place.
Yeah. Vermont, okay, so Vermont loves Bernie, but like...
Oh, god damn it. I always forget
like,
the spider ball.
Oh, yeah, that would... Yeah.
Yep.
Spider ball. Does whatever a spider ball can. Climbs the wall, gets into a hole. Spider ball. It's spider ball. Look out. Here comes the spider ball.
Yep. Up.
There you go.
Oh, well,
Nice.
I can't get in here anyway. Well, it was worth a shot.
But like you get down to like Rutledge, Vermont, or whatever. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of it. I was really looking at Vermont as a place to move to, and unfortunately, you know, like I think it's just everywhere. You know, there's no like chill small towns anymore. Because, like, you know, you head out to, like, West Virginia is the most affordable state in America, but that's because it's literally, like, a third world country. It's wild. There's no social programs. And, like, basically they poured every ounce of money into, like, 5 coal barons' pockets.
Yeah.
And then those dudes left, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, the only people that are there now are, like, people suffering and the people who made them suffer. That's it. It's bad. So, you know, like, yeah, just like anything where there's a small town, like, and I think a lot of it is just like we've moved into a digital age, and so a lot of these like small towns just like dried up, and there's just no, I mean, there's no culture left. So they're struggling to try and find themselves, and the one thing they can identify with is like a not ideal history, you know? Talking about a lot of big topics here.
You do not have to remember. You don't have to remind us about fucking the KKK stuff. The actual,
I know.
The awful. You know.
Texas pushing a law to be like, you can't say the KKK was bad, please. That's that. Okay, like the argument that like people are using is so buck wild. Where it's like the reason they're fighting against like any like even the thought of critical race theory, which like isn't in middle school books or anything, you know. But like basically, it's like if we talk about our bad racist history where bad racist things happen, then we'll just make those bad racist things real. And if we don't think it, don't say it. Like the Nowhere Man or whatever, then it'll all just go away.
It'll just go away. It'll be fine. It's fine, Rob.
We don't have to worry about it. It's no good. It's just it's a bad scene, man, and it just like it doesn't help anyone. Poo pee pee man. Yeah, wait, what was it? Bye bye man. That was it. Thank you. I don't know how I Red Letter Media quote.
Wait, what?
Made me remember. Bye bye man.
I feel like I should go down before I go up.
Yeah. We're actually coming up here in into September. Michelle and I are actually going to go on a trip up to Vermont. Not Vermont, Virginia. Not
oh, yeah?
Richmond, Virginia, to see about moving up there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're just going to do some, I've been calling it relocation tourism. Where we're just going to like go and like get like an Airbnb or a hotel for a week and stay somewhere while someone watches our pets. And then just like explore the town. I'll bring my mic stuff with me in case that's like time we'll be recording. Yeah.
I was gonna say, don't forget to come visit New Mexico in one of those.
See, I mean, frankly, that's another one. And also, I just used to take road trips up to New Mexico a lot, and like doing some major life considerations recently, so I do want to like do a road trip again.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Marissa and I were talking about how happy we are in Albuquerque the other day. It's a decent city. I mean, it's really not that bad. It's pretty comparable to a lot of Texas cities, you know.
Yeah. No, I mean it's pretty out in New Mexico. I think Michelle is not super jazzed with the idea, but her best friend wants to move there because her husband will live in like only two places. He like I've never seen someone who's staunch about like something so specific, but he's like, I will either only live in Boston or I will only live in New Mexico because that's where my family lived when I was a kid, and I cannot live anywhere other than where I was already. Uh-oh.
I hate the fire ones.
Blah. Yeah, I mean, neoliberalism is a plague on this earth, and attempts to try and find a center with like an ever wildly increasing right wing has been disastrous for social programs.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, that's another thing that like I've kind of had to like just deal with, because I was like, man, I don't know if I want to move somewhere that's like a red state, or I don't know if I want to move somewhere that's like, you know, got like bad social programs or whatever.
Oh, he was gonna do it.
And then like I thought about it, I was like, I've been living in a red state. One of
your entire life.
One of the red states.
Yeah.
Like the last time Texas was not super red was when I was a baby boy.
Right.
And we had a Democrat governor, and then afterwards, she didn't run again, and then the next Democrat afterwards was like lame and lost, and then the Democrat said, "I guess we'll never win Texas ever again."
Yep. Ooh,
Good thing we'll never put any money into any of these campaigns ever.
I think I'm gonna die against this one. I'm pretty sure.
You got 31 health. You're all right.
Where'd you go?
To another one.
Is there another place they can go? I mean, trust me, I don't mind leaving and going get more health if I can. You will not upset me.
There he is. Oh.
Nope, these are just dudes. Oh, it must be down here. This way, yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, like, yeah, I mean, I think New Mexico is a place you want to check out. Like I said, right now I'm mostly looking at, like, the northwest.
Yeah.
Wait, northeast. Gosh, dang it. Northeast. Just because, like, kind of like, I don't know. I like, there's a lot of cities that I like that are in the northeast. But I am deeply aware that, like, literally no one I know lives in the areas that I like. So I basically have to, like, make a brand new community from scratch, you know?
Yeah, I mean, after a certain point in your life, though, it becomes kind of less important to focus on that sometimes because, like, you're always going to have, like, eventually it's just like, where do you actually want to live?
Yeah.
You know, like,
true.
Because, like, yeah, you can't like follow your friends around your entire life.
Oh yeah, no. I'm aware that, like, A, I can't stay in Texas anymore. And B, that he's like, oh, like this, my belly hurts. Bah. Whoop. Oh. Ooh. Nice.
There we go. That was close.
The narrative, though, was being pushed now is that, like, oh, it could flip blue, but it was still, like, pretty decidedly red. All things considered. I mean, you know, frankly, anywhere that went red this time around probably is terminally red at this point.
I mean, that's the thing with Texas, is with it being so big.
Yeah.
It's kind of impossible for it to turn blue just because of all those, like, small little counties, you know, that are never going to change because they're in the middle of nowhere.
It's also, we've been redistricted to heck and back.
Oh, yeah, that
even
too.
like, even though it's been pointed out that it's, like, illegal, like, the Supreme Court was like, this is a crime. And then before we did anything, Trump was elected president, and then we just decided not to do anything about it, I guess. Would you rather have the MonsterVerse continue or have a Gamera revival?
For me, it's always going to be Godzilla first, as much as I love Gamera.
I'd say the MonsterVerse has a lot going for it, whereas you'd have to stem to stern come up with a brand new idea for Gamera that would allow
Hey, I'll be right back
you
again. Hold on.
Oh, all right. You'd have to come up with, like, a brand new idea for how to handle Gamera that would lend itself to a, you know, like a multi... Because, like, it's got to be a franchise. It's got to be a cinematic universe, right? And I don't know that Gamera has any comparables that would allow him to kind of, like, join up and make a new, like, you know, series. They got lucky that they could also get Kong. I mean, I don't think that's impossible that Gamera could make one. You can make, like, a you know, a cinematic universe out of Gamera, but it would definitely be a lot harder than just continuing the MonsterVerse and going down that tunnel. That being said, I do think that the Hollow Earth idea is now so weird that, like, I don't know how to continue it in a way that's meaningful, because, like, they've just introduced, like, such a brand new level of, like, mystic super science to the universe that I mean, I guess it's very Showa, which is nice, but like I don't know, it's not like a grounded like story anymore. I will say this: if they were to reboot it with Gamera, they literally could only have one ancient rival with Gauss, and then everything else would just be brand new monsters, and that would be nice. Because, like, I swear, if the next MonsterVerse thing comes out and it's an ancient rivalry again, I'm gonna lose my mind. I need to come up with a new idea for September now. Friends. Oh, you're right. Oh my gosh, I could do that. I could do that. We could have another Kong month and do King of the Apes and the Mighty Peking Man, maybe. Do you have your arms and legs? Yeah, I think it'd be really funny to torture Kyle with that. Is that still on Netflix? Someone check Netflix. Oh, it's Kong All the Way Down month. I know exactly the commercial I could do for it, too. Oh, yes. The weird mural in the GVK art book implies yet another ancient rivalry. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's very true. Is that supposed to be a flying Godzilla, or is that just Godzilla when he ate the fire that turned him into the atomic version of Godzilla? Like, the implication I got is that, like, Godzilla was just... I don't know, like the Godzilla that we see. Oh, perfect. I can't wait until he's almost back. I can hear him getting
I am
ready.
back.
Oh, hey, I know what we're doing for September.
Oh yeah,
You want to know what we're doing for September?
Conking of the Apes. Is that what we're doing?
We're doing
I see that in
Kong
the
all the way. We're doing Kong all the way down.
Oh no.
Kong all the way down. Kong all the way down. Kong all the way down.
Oh yeah, Will. Yeah, no, 100%. I would really, really hope that they use that mural in one of the later MonsterVerse films for sure. Like, I mean, it looks like Space Godzilla, sounds like Space Godzilla, flies like Space Godzilla. I would love that to be like a back way to bring Space Godzilla in, is that like the ancient rivalry we always hear about between Kong and Godzilla is actually a misinterpretation of what actually happened. Rob, you still there? Now.
I'm back. Fine. There's no reason to worry about me.
You okay?
Yeah. No, I'm good. I was just measuring my ankle for this ankle brace.
Oh, okay. Just got real quiet. I was like, uh-oh. What happened?
Sorry. What happened? What happened? So I've got, what is it called? Posterior tibial tendonitis. Which means that a tendon that connects to my tibia wraps around my ankle and like keeps the arch in my is busted.
Love
so I basically just ran myself flat-footed, which is not what you want to do. It's real bad.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go ahead and
what are you talking about? That's perfect, Rob. We're supposed to be flat-footed creatures.
right? That's what I've been saying, but I don't think so. Okay, let's see here.
Whoa.
How tall should crutches be?
I do not have enough health to go fight a Metroid right now.
Uh-oh. Oh, I mean, it makes sense.
Ah. That doesn't help either.
Okay. Wait, one more thing. Sorry, I'll be right back.
One more thing.
One more thing! Ah, man, if we do monster stuff, we still couldn't do that.
Nope.
I'll find an excuse to put Jackie Chan on Tokyo Signals, I promise. Maybe I'll just have a full spin-off and I'll just call it Saturday Morning Signals.
Saturday Morning Signal.
Yeah. And then that way we can finally talk about all the shows we need to talk about. All right. One second.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Is I'll end after I finish the Metroids on this stage. Yeah. Which, to be fair, I'm almost done. So I need the gravity. I think. Oh well, maybe not actually. Might be able to spider ball my way through this one. No, I've got to jump. Yep. I believe. Yeah, I gotta jump. I can't do this without jumping. Oh well, okay. Alright, I'm gonna try my best. good. It's not a lava bastard.
I'm back. What happened? Lava bastard?
It's not a
no.
lava bastard.
Oh, it's just normal guy.
Yep.
Oh, an electric buddy. I love that they can still fly, even in this form.
Ah.
Oh.
Ah! Damn it. Too early again. Ah. Fuck.
Matches for adults. Don't need that. Definitely don't need that. Refuse to get the peg leg crutch. Okay, well, before I say I refuse to get the peg leg crutch, it would be very funny to get the peg leg crutch.
Ah, damn.
I don't think I want that. IDW Transformers is a lot of gay robots. Okay. Or had a lot of gay robots. Well, that's cute.
Oh yeah, but yeah, as I said, I am gonna, after I finish this part, I'm gonna stop for the night because, as you notice, we are actually over halfway done with the Metroids. So
and
we're at 18.
And that makes sense because we're like it's gonna like start ramping up the difficulty. So be a little bit over halfway. Perfect stuff. Good to see.
Ah, damn it! Every single time. Speaking of Rob, do you think would you be able to jump on a stream again like Sunday night?
Sure. Yeah, I'm extremely down. Are we recording this weekend?
No, not this weekend. Next weekend.
Next weekend. Cool. Yeah, absolutely. I am literally bedridden until I get crutches. So
true.
So yeah, I'll be here. In fact, honestly, my computer chair with this like little foot ottoman thing I have that Michelle stitched for me, it feels great. I like sitting here. I feel very cozy. I'll just sleep here tonight. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I can't. I don't know if anyone else has a gamer chair that has like a maximum recline mode. Mine does for some reason. I've never tested it, but maybe tonight's the night. Oh man, I was so happy. My backyard had been mosquito free for like weeks now, and I was like, it's done. They're finally gone. And I went out in the backyard or like a few days ago, and I set up my hammock. I was just like, oh my gosh, finally. By the way, hammock life is real living. If you want to really just like get in tune with yourself.
My timing was just slightly off.
Just a bit. Okay. Well, what's the give me the sizes. Why does it just have random heights? It doesn't say.
I got this.
Is there a product description maybe that has any of this stuff? Give me description.
What?
These tall adult sizes can accommodate someone who's 5'10" to 6'6". Well, guess what? I'm definitely between those two numbers. Okay. All right. Yeah. Awesome. I'm getting a knee brace or an ankle brace and some little walkie stickies, and then I'll be out and about. So for a while in college, I was trained to be a physical therapist, which was very demanding, very like not my calling in life, which is why I didn't stick with it. But I was pretty good at all the classes. It just was like, we only let 20 people in a year, and you have to be at the top of the class. And I was like, there's 40 people here, and there's 80 people on a wait list. To the school. I'm definitely not going to get here. So I remember when we had to do all our crutch training. Oh, hey, this works.
No, he's gonna keep doing this burst move that.
Oh. No.
There we go.
Oh, phew, God. Wow. No, don't want to pay for that. April 4th. Whatever. Fine. Okay, so the soonest these things will get to me is next week, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Is that
Shoot.
good enough, or?
I mean, that's fine. I mean, I don't think I work online. It's a bummer if I can't, like, maneuver, because the sooner I can, like, get out and about, the better. But ostensibly, I can pay for 2-day shipping, and it'll maybe get here by Sunday or next Wednesday, or I cannot pay for 2 days shipping, and it'll get here by Monday or next Wednesday. It's like, all right, you, come on now.
Alright, so there's a save spot. I'm just going to go ahead and save, and then we'll be done for tonight. So yeah, so I got actually farther than I expected to. I've only got 17 Metroids to kill. Of course, they get harder and harder the further I go down. And I haven't done any backtracking yet, which I will have to do very, very soon to try and go find more energy tanks and stuff so I don't keep dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do another stream on Sunday evening.
Yeah.
Sometime.
I'll be here. Maybe we can get Cameron on. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, Rob and I will talk it over and get an actual time, and we'll post it on Twitter, and of course everybody from the Discord we'll let you know as well. But yeah, it'll definitely be Sunday evening again, probably, and we'll. I don't know if I'll be able to beat the game next week, but I might. You never know. I mean, I'm over halfway done with the actual Metroids, so we'll see how it goes. But I'm glad you all could join us. We had a lot of people tonight, as I said. Got what, like 15? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people. So that's pretty cool. If you are not subscribed to us on Twitch, I highly recommend doing that, because that'll let you know when we go live if you don't catch the tweet. Also, of course, our YouTube account, Togilo's Cast on YouTube, is getting the old episodes of these Metroid streams. I believe we are up to the ending of Metroid 2 will be uploaded soon. So everything else, in case you missed any of the streams, and you're Metroid 2, Metroid Prime 2. So if you're interested in going back and watching any of those, sometimes Rob was on, sometimes it was just me by myself playing. It was a lot of fun
Cameron
playing
was
those
on
games
for
yeah, Cameron was
the
on
last
for one
stream of the third one. So
yes. Yeah.
that was the powerhouse.
Yeah.
Powerhouse. But yeah. Also,
anyway.
check us out on TokyoLives.com, our website with all our podcasts. Hit that like button and subscribe.
All right, guys. Well, have a good one, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
It was a lot of fun. Bye.